If you're watching the replay, you could always support the channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the $sign in it, right below the video. Shout out to the early No Cap crew. Shout out to the VIP crew and the working moms. Let's go. A lot of drama. Lies, lies, and more lies. Next, right here on No Cap-tivity with Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
Spacey got the sauce on.
Tashema Hands speaks out. She's tired of the lies. Shout out to the No Cap crew, the VIP crew in green, and shout out to the mods, the working mods. Appreciate you.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on.
Make sure you hit the like button. And if you will, share the live stream. Shout out to the No Cap campaign in the building.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Sauce shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
name, freeze it, freeze it, freeze it. Let's go. I'm not a sycophant, I keep it true, I stand on it. I discuss the truth, I'm not yielding, I'm stamped on it. I make moves, steady building, pressure pack, talk. Check my channel, what I'm reppin', real life walk. No cap crew, that's the band I'm stressing. All the hate still I don't play, learn my lessons. Run up the numbers, fix me a plate. Hit by purpose, not opinions I dictate. Moral compass running high, I don't drift. I don't get stressed, I reach up, I live. Hand on my chest, armor on no drama. Hand on my steps when I move through the karma. Move this content like I'm moving keys. Standing on business, making news for the YouTube street. Keep a few real ones close to the team. No captivity, listen close when I speak. F-R-E-E-Z-Y. No captivity. F-R-E-E-Z-Y. No captivity. No captivity. We're freezing. We're freezing. No captivity. We're freezing. We're freezing. Chest up, wall light still heavy. No rush in my talk, but they feel me already. I don't force nothing, let the wave come in. No captivity, free where I stand where I been. Palm trees in the mindset, calm in the storm. Pressure don't shake me. I've been built warm. Algorithm move when I speak, no chase. Every boss solid, and I don't need a race. I don't take cloud, let it circle back. Real recognize universal man. Channel stay growing, steady or gang up. No captivity, you feel panoramic. Play my position, still control the flow. Silent with the winds, let the numbers talk. From the pavement to the platform, breathe. Flow the cool, but I still bring heat. No captivity, free. No captivity, free. YouTube streets cold, still I stand tall. Say my name when the real ones call. Free. No captivity, free. Yeah. No captivity, free. Yeah. Still bring heat. No captivity, free. No captivity, free. YouTube streets cold, still I stand tall. Say my name when the real ones call. Free. No captivity, free. Yeah. No captivity, free. Yeah. Freezy. No captivity, we're freezing, we're freezing. No captivity, we're freezing, we're freezing, we're freezing.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No captivity. Freezy, freezy.
What up? You are officially locked in to No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share this video. And also after you subscribe, make sure you hit the notification bell. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy.
No captivity.
Shout out to everybody in the building. People are coming out of the woodworks and they're just tired of the lies. People are just speaking out and they are tired of the lies. Tashema Hands, Jayvon mother, Jayvon Williams' mom, Tashema Hands, spoke out and she's just not having it, right? Obviously, she watched the same interview that we watched with Jax, Warren, Morgan, Seymour, and she just decided to speak out because she was like, hey, listen, the story that I told is true. I don't have to lie, and I'm not going to allow you boys to lie on me or your families.
No captivity.
And I don't blame her. I'm going to be honest with you. I tried to reach out to Tashema. She still hasn't accepted my friend request. So hopefully sooner than later, she will accept my friend request. And I would love to have her on this platform because I want to do my part in uncovering the lies as well, right? I knew from the beginning when Tashema appeared on, I want to say that CNN, and told her version of going to try to retrieve Nolan Wells' phone, I knew it was the truth. Why would she lie? And it was so detailed. So when those boys tried to water down her story, I knew that these boys are up to no good once again, over and over, right? So we're going to go over and review what Tashema said. Also, along with some other stuff we're going to talk about tonight that's very pivotal. All right. Shout out to the early No Cap crew in the building and the VIP crew in green and the working mods. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream and becoming a part of the No Cap campaign. For those of you who are willing to share the live stream but don't know how to share the live stream, the share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. And as soon as you hit that share button, it gives you an option to share it out to any one of your favorite social media platforms, or you can copy the link and share it out to any one of your close friends or family. Either way, everybody that puts a 1 in the chat and actually shares the live stream, I wish all of y'all $12 million in your life. Believe it and receive it. Believe it and receive it. Shout out to the 192 people that hit that like button. If you have been listening so far and for some odd reason you don't like some of the things that have been said on this stream so far, please feel free to hit the dislike button. Whether you hit the dislike button or the like button, it does not matter. We still wish all of y'all $5 million in your life.
Subscribe, don't forget to hit that notification bell. Don't forget to hit the like and make sure you share. Thank you for coming to the channel. No Cap welcomes you all in. Don't forget to subscribe and make sure you hit that notification bell. Don't forget to like, you also share. Don't forget to like and make sure you hit that notification bell. Don't forget to like and make sure you share. Hit the like button, it's for free. It's for free. Hit the like button, free. It's for free. Hit the like button.
Thank you. Shout out to everybody that hit the like button so far. I appreciate you. Also to support this platform, especially if you would like to get your comments read and highlighted. We love to read all of the reports from the chat. We're going to read all of the reports from the chat, and we're excited to. The first way is by Super Cap, aka Super Chat. That's the rectangle box with the $sign in it right below where you type your chats. Shout out to our sister Scarlett Morgani.
No Cap-tivity.
Scarlett said, wait for it. That's her famous signature. All right. That's her famous signature. And thank you, Scarlett. We appreciate you. And it's always good to see you. Shout out to Scarlett Morgani, first Super Cap of the night, and usually is. And also, that is how you leave a Super Cap. The second way to support the show, especially if you would like to get your comments read and highlighted, and for Freezy to read your reports from the chat, because there are people that have strong opinions, right? About this Nolan Wells investigation. Also, any other case that we cover is by Cash Cap. The Cash Cap is $Freezy no cap. That's $Freezy no cap. That's the cash cap. We do have our cash caps open. And I want to give a special shout out to Angela. Shout out to Angela Stanley for her $30 cash cap yesterday. Thank you, Angela. Thank you for your $30 cash cap.
No Cap-tivity.
And also, Angela left a $10 cash cap. Angela, thank you, Angela. I appreciate you. She said just for being you, Freezy. And she said, I know you was taking the night off. So shout out to you, Angela. We're gonna celebrate Angela for the $30 cash cap, and we appreciate you for yesterday. We appreciate you, sis. Thank you so much. And you know what? Yeah, hold on. Let me play this video right here. Here we go.
Do as he fast. 10s, 20s in the place. No cap. Appreciate. Cash app. Super chat. Super stickers. Memberships. PayPal's in the building later. I ain't like that. Don't forget the 50s. Don't forget them hundreds. Blessings coming fast. We ain't waiting on nothing. Appreciate everything that you spend. When you feel generous, run it back again. Cash app.
Angela Stanley, our No Cap sister. She is the sponsor of tonight's show so far. She is the initial sponsor of tonight's show so far. Shout out to Angela. Angela is the initial sponsor of tonight's show. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $40 or more. Thanks to our sister, Angela. We appreciate you, Angela. Thank you, Queen. Queen Lakers, $2 report from the chat. She said, justice for Nolan.
No Cap-tivity.
Justice for Nolan. And I second that, Queen Lakers. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, sweetheart. We appreciate that. Also, the third way to support the show, especially if you would like to get your comments read and highlighted and report from the chat, is by PayPal. The PayPal is No Cap-tivity with Freeze. That's No Cap-tivity with Freeze. And we do have our notifications on, and we appreciate y'all.
No Cap-tivity.
Y'all already know how to become sponsor of tonight's show. It's $40 or more. Thanks to our sister Angela. And it's time to get this show started. Let's see. So we have a lot of information to cover tonight. Okay? We have a lot of information to cover tonight, y'all. And I just want you guys to know that we got to stay faithful. We got to. The powers that be, one of the reasons why they're set up the way they are is to diminish our faith. We got to stay faithful. We got to stay strong. They're going to tell a lot of lies. One of the tricks of the devil is to tell a lot of lies, okay? One of the tricks of the devil is to tell a lot of lies. And we know that since these boys, Nolan Wells' so-called friends, have been speaking out, they have been telling a lot of them. A lot of lies. And it's our duty to call them out, right? And we're going to continue to call them out. For some reason, y'all, I just want to give you guys a heads up. My overlays aren't working tonight for some reason. You know, where you see the jewels show up or the super caps, it's going to show up in the chat, but for some reason, it's not showing up on my screen today. So hopefully by tomorrow, I'll have that fixed. But it still will show up in the chat. Okay, let me see. And I'm just checking for the jewels right now to see if we have any. Okay, no jewels right now. And let me see. Okay, no members. Okay. So I got a few things I want to go over, and I want y'all to just take a walk with me because we're going to be reacting to a lot of things tonight. It's a lot of naysayers. A lot of people are doing their due diligence to discredit Nolan Wells and his family and Ben Crump. We also made some connections. Shout out to my brother. I want to give a special shout out to my brother, Next Level of the No Cap crew.
No Cap-tivity.
Next Level reached out to me and he discussed some findings from his research as far as the connection with Jax, Patalo, and some extremist groups out of Mississippi and the connection. And we're going to talk about that tonight too. You guys wouldn't understand how deep the connection is in Mississippi when it comes to these extremist groups like the KKK and all of that kind of stuff. We've been doing our research. My brother, Next Level, is awesome, man. And we had a long phone conversation and it was very eye-opening. So we're going to discuss that, okay? These people are heavily connected, and not only on the surface level, but politically, these people are heavily connected. Politically, these people are heavily connected. And I'm going to try to connect the dots in real time in front of you. I think I remember everything that he told me, but I'm going to try to connect the dots as much as I can with you guys tonight. But let's go ahead and go over here to... Let's go over here to TikTok. Okay.
Yeah. You can't try me, no captivity. Freezing. I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. When life slides, was it appreciating the way that I like give you 50 shades of me? Hell no, I'm not a saint, but God bless me. No captivity, freezy, believe me out in these YouTube streets. No captivity, freezy, believe me out in these YouTube streets. I'm tripping that stick, keep my mind in tow. I'm cleaning my step, cause my tight is tight, so tight I can't guard. Never the one smoking in, that's right, riding newly. That's good, life is a movie. Who else can speak up on that?
So I want you guys to take a look at this. People have uncovered special compartments in the boat that Wyatt owns, right? And I want you guys to look at this.
And what matters here is understand that. Now, I want you to look at this diagram carefully. We're talking about a 24-foot Triton. And what matters here is understand that what you see standing on the deck is not the entirety of the boat. This illustration separates the potential under-deck areas by color. Blue represents the boat storage area. That's the forward section of
the boat that they were on has special compartment areas, special storage areas. So just hypothetically, if they wanted to store a body underneath the surface of the deck, they could. They could. And this video is explaining how.
vessel underneath the deck towards the nose of the. Now, I want you to look at this diagram carefully. We're talking about a 24-foot Triton, and what matters here is understand that what you see standing on the deck is not the entirety of the boat. This illustration separates the potential under-deck areas by color. Blue represents the boat storage area. That's the forward section of the vessel underneath the deck towards the nose of the boat. Depending on the exact Triton model, this area can contain enclosed storage access through deck hatches. Red represents the large central underdeck area. This is underneath the forward and middle portion of the deck. In this illustration, it's the largest enclosed area shown, but I want to be extremely clear. The red figure is there to illustrate scale and possibility. It's not evidence that Nolan was inside that compartment. Green represents the area underneath and around the center console and leaning post section. On boats of this type, portions of this area may be occupied by things such as the fuel tank, plumbing, wiring, storage, or other structural components. The exact configuration depends on the specific model. And finally, the purple represents the aft compartment, the rear of the boat near the transom and outboard motor. That area commonly contains batteries, electrical equipment, pumps, rigging, or storage. And that's why the exact boat matters. When somebody argues if Nolan had been on that boat, everybody would have seen him lying on the floor. My question is much more specific. Which floor?
So remember when Warren or Jax and Morgan Seymour did the interview with Black Hoon Tatum? They were saying that if Nolan was on the boat, where was he? You could practically see the deck. Well, guess what? There's another layer to this. Up under the deck, there are large storage compartments where you can possibly store a body, right? And so they didn't mention this, but people that are not familiar with these type of boats won't know this. And shout out to this person for bringing this out.
Compartment, which hatch, and was every accessible space on this particular 24-foot Triton documented and searched. This diagram doesn't prove that Nolan was underneath the deck. It shouldn't be presented as proof. What it does illustrate is why looking at a photograph of people standing above deck cannot by itself tell us what was or wasn't inside every enclosed portion of that vessel. So I don't want speculation. I want the exact Triton model. I want its factory layout. I want the measurements of those compartments. And I want to know which compartments investigators actually inspected. Because once we have those facts, we don't have to guess. This is Felicia, Free Press Action Network. You know what we do. We check power, not people. Stay tuned. Now,
so we seen that. We seen that it is possible for somebody to hide a body in that boat. It's possible. They only wanted us to focus on the surface level of that boat. And there are storage areas large enough to store a body on that boat. So I want you guys to look at this. Also, this young lady is going to talk about the decomposition of a body after it dies in the water versus on land. This is very important information. Listen up.
I had some more thoughts on Nolan Wells' case, and just a heads up, this one is about decomposition of a human body. If you are not comfortable with this topic, I understand. I'll see you later. Now, one thing I keep...
And this is sensitive, y'all. This is sensitive information. So prepare yourself.
Hearing is that they are saying that they've had a hard time figuring out what's going on with Nolan Wells' body because of the decomposition. And you need to understand the first two stages of decomposition to understand where I'm going with the rest of this. The first stage of decomposition is called autolysis, and this is the body eating itself. This occurs within 24 to 72 hours after death, with the first stage being algor mortis, or the cooling of the body, followed by livor mortis, and with the blood settling. The second stage of decomposition is bloat, which happens approximately 3 to 5 days after death. And so because this is generally 3 to 5 days in warmer conditions, then I don't think we're going to have to talk about bloat, which is a good thing, because personally, not a big fan. Now, one thing that is interesting to note about decomposition is that it happens slower in water when a body is submerged. So
decomposition, I need us to pay attention. Decomposition happens much slower in water, especially salt water. It happens much slower. She's going to tell you the rate at what decomposition happens, actually.
A submerged body in water will have the same decomposition of a body that has died on dry land in 2 weeks, and the water is equal to 1 week on the land. Now, I am not going to get into the minutia of all the things that affect decomposition of a body on dry land, because that's not really relevant to what we're talking about now.
She's saying for the rate that it would take a body to decompose on land for like 1 or 2 days, it would take 1 or 2 weeks in the water, like 2 weeks in the water to have the same effect. So Nolan Wells' body being in the water, it did not decompose in the water that fast. It did not decompose in the water that fast. All of the decomposition was after was out of the water. So one would ask, was Nolan Wells' body in the water for a long time, or was it placed on land with his face down? We got to ask ourselves that, right? Because they're saying that his body was heavily decomposed, right? The Cajun Navy said that his body was heavily decomposed when they found him, and it was so decomposed, the way they had to identify him was to take his dental work.
I'm just going to stick to the water. And it's important to note that there are differences between freshwater decomposition and saltwater decomposition. Now, warm, fresh water does accelerate decomposition compared to cold salt water. And one thing to keep in mind is that the Horn Islands are on the Mississippi-Alabama barrier, and that is on the Mississippi Sound. The Mississippi Sound has water runoff from the Mississippi River that comes down into the ocean, and it changes the salinity, the alkalinity, and the acidity of the salt water. Now, assuming that he died in a...
Listen up. She's talking about the connections with the different bodies of water and the content of the salt in the water.
A rip current,
which would preserve the body much longer if it was in the water for a matter of days.
A rip tide, they are not the same thing, and I'm going to talk about that in another video. Even a body that is weighted down will rise to the surface after 3 to 5 days due to bloat. And with him being an athlete, he's very lean. He was 160 pounds, 6 feet tall, and he's pretty much muscle. And muscle does not float, muscle sinks. Now, getting back to the salt water, the salinity, the acidity, and the alkalinity all have major factors when it comes to decomposition.
She's saying as far as his body makeup, he was more muscle than fat. He wouldn't have risen to, if he was actually underwater, he wouldn't have risen and floated to the top that fast. And especially floated to the island and made it to shore. That's what she's saying. Listen up. And before we do that, shout out to our sister, the Craft Geek. Shout out to the Craft Geek for her $2 report from the chat. She said Warren gonna need an 8-ball after this.
No Cap-tivity.
He gonna need a couple of 8-balls, sis. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Craft Geek. If you would like to report from the chat, you can either do it by Super Cap, Cash Cap, or PayPal. We're going to show the Cash Cap and the PayPal periodically. Shout out to our sponsor of tonight's show so far, Angela. Thank you, Angela. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $40 or more. And make sure you hit that like button, family. The like button is right below the video, right next to the share button. Appreciate you.
Strangely enough, the more alkaline water is, the more quickly a body will decompose. And the more acidic water is, the more slowly a body will decompose.
There you go.
This is important. Because remember I told you how the Mississippi Sound has a mixture of fresh water and salt water from the Mississippi River? Well, the water that comes into the ocean is alkaline water. However, it makes the ocean water more acidic. Now, unfortunately, I was not able to retroactively find the temperature of the water that day and the following days. However, the temperature right now, which I feel is about the same, is 86 degrees Fahrenheit. While this sounds warm to us, this is fairly cool for a body, and it would help to slow down decomposition. We run at 98.6 degrees. If a living human is 86 degrees, you're dead. Another extremely important thing to note that when a body has been submerged in water and starts to decompose, when it is removed from the water, the decomposition actually speeds up. So a timely autopsy is absolutely critical in getting a correct...
When did they start the autopsy? Right? When they retrieved his body was already on shore face down. Now, we don't even know if his body was in the water the whole time. This is one thing we haven't even figured out because the Cajun Navy said that his body was not waterlogged and it didn't show any signs of drowning. Remember that? Do you all remember that? It did not show any signs of drowning. So the question still remains, did somebody place Nolan Wells' body there?
Documentation of the timeline of what happened to somebody who is found in the water. Another thing that I thought was interesting is they did not note any physical trauma or damage to the body, which is interesting for two reasons. Number one, if you are caught in a rip current, I don't know if you've ever been caught in a rip current. I have once, and it was terrifying. And I got the shit smacked out of me when I hit the sandbar. And thankfully, I was spit out of it. But I had cuts and bruises from being in that thing for just a few seconds. If you are in it long enough to drown, I don't know how you couldn't get scrapes and bruises. And if you're like me and you have questions about this potential rip current, don't worry. I've done the work. I just have to put it all together, and it's extremely complicated. So it's not going to be in this video. Additionally, the Mississippi Sound is a very popular area for shrimping and fishing, meaning that is places teeming with wildlife. Let me remind you that wildlife is one of the only other factors that could mess up a timeline or speed up decomposition. The math on this one ain't mathin'. What do you think?
What do you guys think? She said the math on this one is not mathing. Well, I don't, in my honest opinion, just listening to her, I don't think Nolan Wells was actually in water the way they saying that he was. People are trying to say he drowned. People are trying to say he was underwater and then floated to Horn Island shore. I don't think so. Because science is pretty thorough when it comes to a body, when it comes to our physicality. Science, right, is pretty thorough. Even though I believe in the Most High God over science, science is still pretty thorough because of research and because of historical findings and calculations. Now, what the young lady just pointed out, we have to actually take a large part of that into consideration, right? We have to. Okay, so let me show y'all this right here. And shout out to everybody supporting the show so far. We appreciate y'all. We appreciate y'all. So I wanted you guys to see this. Here we go.
The 18-year-old's body was discovered off of Wells continues to grip the country as questions and speculations grow. Wells continues to grip the country as questions and speculations grow. The 18-year-old's body was discovered off of Mississippi's Horn Island after a 4th of July boating trip with friends. Now, 2 autopsies have been complete, one by the state that's remained sealed for a grand jury, and one that was commissioned by the Wells family, where his death was ultimately ruled undetermined. One of the attorneys for the Wells family is now asking prosecutors for access to materials not released from the state's autopsy. And this is coming as lawmakers in Congress are now calling on the Attorney General and the FBI to open a federal review of this case. Joining us now in studio, retired death investigator for New York City's Medical Examiner's Office and the host of The Death Investigator on Oxygen is Barbara Butcher. She is also the author of What the Dead Know. So a special guest for us here in studio, and obviously well qualified to talk about this subject. It's been such an interesting and sad story to follow, and just the family just wants answers. So I want to ask you about the independent autopsy listed the cause and manner of death as undetermined pending further investigation. So let's talk about what that means in a medical examiner's report. How come
The cause and the manner of death is undetermined. The cause and I want y'all to understand how late in the game we are when it comes to Nolan Wells. The cause and manner of death is undetermined. Now, do you guys remember Tasia Fortune? Do you guys remember Tasia Fortune? they've already determined her cause of death. The cause of death of Nolan Wells is still undetermined. It is August 17th. The cause of death of Nolan Wells is still undetermined. So if he was found in water, if they, not in water, but if he was found face down on the shore of Horn Island, but their theory is that he drowned. They're trying to say, oh, he possibly drowned. Let's not make it so quick about a race thing. Well, guess what? If that's the case, why is it so hard to determine his cause of death now? It's how long has it been? It's been a month and a half, almost a month and a half. What is the issue? Shout out to the flashy one, $2 report from the chat. The flashy one said, I think he was unalive first and put in a boat, put in a compartment in the boat. I think he was unalive first and put in a compartment in the boat.
No captivity.
Plausible theory. Flashy one, plausible theory. Shout out to everybody coming in. I will appreciate y'all. Make sure you guys hit that notification bell after you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell. That's how you become a part of the No Cap crew. And also, shout out to everybody that has hit the like button so far and the dislike button. Thank you for hitting the like button so far and the dislike button. We appreciate y'all.
We understand that. It means essentially that we have no real information. Now, you know that expression.
Did you hear what she said? Essentially, we have no real information. Essentially, we have no real information. This is crazy at this stage in the game. This is crazy.
In a medical examiner's report. How can we understand that?
It means essentially that we have no real information.
Crazy.
Now, you know that expression, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. So in other words, just because we don't find something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But
this is crazy, y'all.
Information. That's the one thing we're missing. When the first autopsy was done, the neck organs were removed, including the trachea and the hyoid bone. Why those are normally studied for, asphyxiation, ligature, or manual strangulation. So that's certainly a valid thing to do. But now Dr. Roger Mitchell does not have those organs to study in his second autopsy.
Do y'all realize that the family's independent medical examiner never had Nolan's complete body parts? Do y'all realize that Dr. Mitchell never possessed Nolan Wells' complete body parts? And I'm going to be honest with y'all. That's foul play within itself to me. The way a medical examiner process is supposed to be, especially if a family chooses to have an independent autopsy. The initial autopsy, the initial medical examiner should do their autopsy, which usually it doesn't take that long, to be honest with you. And then after that, they will give the rest of the body. That's if they ever even withheld anything from the body. They will give the rest of the body to the second medical examiner. But this process has been so peculiar. This process has been so suspect. I need y'all to pay attention.
And we have the organs missing. The lungs have been removed, and that's essential to tell if someone has been drowned or not. So not only did Dr. Mitchell not have the neck or the internal organs, he doesn't have the toxicology. And when he did the autopsy, which I believe was July 20th, that second autopsy, now there's some degree of decomposition of those organs. And that makes it difficult to take tissue slides.
Right. Well, I would say almost, it sounds to me almost impossible if you don't have all of those important parts that you...
It's almost impossible. Are y'all listening? It's almost impossible to get the true results of an autopsy if you don't have all of those other organs. Did y'all hear what she said? It's almost virtually impossible. Listen to what she said.
It sounds.
And that makes it difficult to take tissue slides.
Right. Well, I would say almost, it sounds to me almost impossible if you don't have all of those important parts that you just talked about. I mean, can something be gleaned? And I know that the family is hoping that Roger Mitchell will be able to come up with more, but, you know, can you do an autopsy without all of those things?
Well, you know,
I mean, you can do it, but I mean, how much results are you?
Look how she just bust out laughing. Well, you know, you can, but you're not really going to get far. That's basically what she wanted to say.
It's here for the thug.
That's basically what she wanted to say. Well, you can, but, you know, it's not really going to do you any good, you know. That's what she wanted to say, right?
Gonna get, really.
I know Roger Mitchell well.
Okay.
He trained at the New York City Medical Examiner's.
She knows Nolan Wells' family's medical examiner, Roger Mitchell. She knows him.
I know Roger Mitchell well.
Okay.
He trained at the New York City Medical Examiner's office, and we worked together there. He's a good pathologist, and anything that can be done, he will do.
He's a good pathologist, but he did not. What she's saying is, no matter how good you are, if you don't have all of the body parts, you can only do so much. That's what she's saying.
However, what does he have to work with? Now, when I've seen...
Did y'all hear what she just said?
No Cap-tivity.
Did y'all hear what she just said?
He's a good pathologist, and anything that can be done, he will do. However, what does he have to work with? Now, when I've seen private autopsies done after the initial autopsy, the physician has been able to review the notes from the first autopsy.
Right.
I don't know that that's the case with what they gave Dr. Mitchell. They have sealed that information pending grand jury.
Y'all, this news report has been one of the most thorough news reports. Let me back this up. This woman, the way she's talking, because she's experienced with medical examining and all that kind of stuff, she knows Dr. Mitchell. She's telling y'all straight up, the family of Nolan Wells could not have gotten a thorough autopsy without all of those other body parts. That's what she's telling y'all. And she's just being straight up with it.
Autopsy without all of those things?
Well, you know...
I mean, you can do it, but I mean, how much results are you going to get, really?
I know Roger Mitchell well.
Okay.
He trained at the New York City Medical Examiner's office, and we worked together there. He's a good pathologist, and anything that can be done, he will do. However, what does he have to work with? Now, when I've seen private autopsies done after the initial autopsy, the physician has been able to review the notes from the first autopsy.
Right.
They didn't even give him the notes. They didn't even give Roger Mitchell, Dr. Roger Mitchell, the family's independent medical examiner, the notes. Forget about the organs, right? The rest of Nolan Wells' body parts. They didn't even give Dr. Roger Mitchell the notes. Do you see what we're finding out here? They purposely left him with his hands tied behind his back. They virtually left him, you know, very limited while he was trying to conduct his medical examining, his autopsy. And y'all don't think that these people know what they were doing? As many medical exams, as many autopsies that Stacey Turner has actually done, y'all don't think she knew exactly what she was doing? You think this was just a blunder? You think this was just a mistake? They didn't even give him the notes. And this woman knows what she's talking about because she knows Dr. Roger Mitchell personally.
No Cap-tivity.
She knows him personally. They didn't even give him the notes.
Able to done after the initial autopsy, the physician has been able to review the notes from the first autopsy.
Right.
I don't know that that's the case with what they gave Dr. Mitchell.
This is crazy.
They have sealed that information pending grand jury and sheriff's investigation. Now, there was one interesting thing, and that is a reddened area at the back of his neck, at the occiput. That can mean anything from sunburn to livor mortis, and that's when, for instance, if a dead person's lying on their back, the blood will settle down to their back, and it's a reddish, purplish kind of look.
Okay.
This was more reddish, as far as what I've read.
Right.
Listen up. Listen to what this lady, when I tell y'all this lady is cooking, this lady is cooking. This is one of the best videos I've seen since this Nolan Wells investigation. Okay, and when I was watching her, I had to play it over again because I was like, are you kidding me? This is crazy, right? Listen up. She's talking about the reddish mark on the back of his neck, on the back of Nolan Wells' neck.
To livor mortis, and that's when, for instance, if a dead person. Now, there was one interesting thing, and that is a reddened area at the back of his neck, at the occiput. That can mean anything from sunburn to livor mortis, and that's when, for instance, if a dead person's lying on their back, the blood will settle down to their back, and it's a reddish, purplish kind of look.
Okay.
This was more reddish, as far as what I've read.
Right.
And that could also mean an abrasion of some kind, but he didn't characterize that as such. Was it dissected down? When we see a bruise or a contusion or an abrasion, we open up the skin to see, is there hemorrhage beneath?
Right.
We don't have any of that, and that's a really important piece of evidence.
Absolutely. And so with this, the first autopsy.
She's saying that to understand if there was blunt force to the back of his neck, you will open up the skin to see if there is an abrasion underneath. Henceforth, you need the organs. That's what she's saying, I believe.
No Cap-tivity.
You need the insides, right?
The state autopsy being sealed for a grand jury. How long could it be before, that information is revealed, or the private investigator or the private autopsy can have access to that material? The grand jury, do they keep it sealed for long?
Yeah, I mean, that could take a long time.
Yeah.
And that's, again, absence of information leads to paranoia. When we don't know anything, then the suppositions arise. Now, this tragic death of this unfortunate young man could have been an accident, a death due to violence, a suspicious death, or it could even be natural.
She never said drowning, did she? She never said drowning, did she? Ever.
Young athletic people will sometimes have a cardiac arrhythmia.
Sure.
That's a genetic thing, and then die suddenly. We don't know any of that, and that's a terrible feeling. Now, Laura, that I love to go back to the basics.
I was going to ask you about the island. Yes.
The island, it's a sand spit essentially. It's a couple miles long and 1 mile wide at its greatest length, at its greatest depth. And it's between the Gulf of Mexico and the Sound of Mississippi. So it's a very humid environment. The weather on that day was 90 degrees. It was intermittently cloudy. And at night, the temperature was 84 degrees.
Okay.
So I don't think an exposure death would be something to look at.
This lady is so thorough. This lady is so thorough, and I'm gonna get her name for you guys again before we end the video, before we end this video right here. Shout out to Pisces, the $10 report from the chat. Pisces said, "Freezy, did you see the letter Willie D read on his channel that Nolan body was kept on one of the men's properties, and around 5:30 a.m. they took his body back to the land. Well, guess what? I do have the letters. I don't know if it's the same letters that Willie D has, but I have some recent letters that we're going to read tonight. Shout out to you, Pisces. Also, shout out to Gap 225 Pville. He said, "My wife and I enjoy your show." Thank you for that, my brother.
No
And shout out to your
Cap-tivity.
wife too. Question: do you think? Oh, wait, the Jews just showed up. Wow, the Jews just showed up. Do you think that was Jax that made the Ceto call? Do you think that was Jax that made the Ceto call? He stuttered on grandpa name and number while on the call. I don't know. I know that they supposedly provided a picture and a video with Wyatt Pyron visibly on the phone. So supposedly we have evidence that Wyatt was on the phone, but I'm not going to discount what you're saying, though, Gap 225 Pville. Shout out to everybody that's been reporting from the chat. We're going to read all the reports from the chat. And to do that is by Super Cap, Cash Cap, or the PayPal. Super Chat, Cash App, or PayPal. All of the information is posted on the screen. Shout out to you. And make sure you hit the like button. The like button is right below the video, right next to the share button. We appreciate you guys.
Now, that island is essentially a sandspit. There's nothing there. There are some trees, slash pines and old oaks, and a lot of brush, palmetto, things like that.
We're not talking about a rocky shoreline.
No,
you know,
no.
where those abrasions, if those are abrasions,
That's right.
to the back of the head could take place.
Exactly.
And also, I wanted to ask you, the report, the independent autopsy report noted no apparent fractures or deep tissue injuries to his body. So, you know, just from what we know so far, what are the questions? If you're walking into this with your experience, Barbara Butcher, what are you asking of those who have the information? What are the questions that you have right now?
First of all, I want a background on the young man. Did Nolan Wells have any medical issues whatsoever? Then I want the scene. The scene is where I get everything. And it's reported that he was found face down in the water. How deep? Was it along the shoreline? Was it in a rocky
Listen up. Listen up.
area? I don't, from what I've scanned of the island, I don't see any rocky protuberances that he could have been injured on. Did
No
he drown?
rocks.
Could he?
No rocks he could have been injured on. This lady is so thorough. No rocks he could have been injured on.
What I've scanned of the island, I don't see any rocky protuberances that he could have been injured on. Did he drown? Could he swim? Did he swim that day? All of those things are absolutely essential, and the answer to those, we don't know any of.
Here's the thing. How don't we know any of this information at this point in the game? And I'm going to just be honest. Okay, she mentioned, did he drown, right? But I think we're confident. I'm confident, unless we find out something different, which I don't think we will. I'm confident that he did not drown. I'm confident that he did not drown and his water was not waterlogged, just like the Cajun Navy mentioned early on.
Right.
So it's a really difficult case. Now, once that autopsy comes out, and once we have a full story from his friends and the people who know him, there is nothing but speculation. And you know how I don't love that.
Yeah, no, nobody likes that. Well, we've got to find some answers for this family and a lot of eyes
How you doing, Candy Cane? Great to see you, Candy Cane.
on this story. Barbara Butcher, I thank you so much.
That's her name, y'all. Barbara Butcher. Barbara Butcher. I'm going to have to look up some more of her content to see if she has spoken some more about Nolan Wells. As a matter of fact, let's see if we can find anything on Barbara Butcher and Nolan Wells, because Barbara Butcher is cooking. Okay? Barbara Butcher is cooking. Let's see. Let's see. What do you know? Listen, I searched for Barbara Butcher and Nolan Wells, and our live stream is the first live stream that actually came up. That's crazy. That is crazy. So Barbara Butcher is a death investigator. Okay. So no more information on Barbara Butcher. Let's go back down. Here we go. I want y'all to see this right here.
I can see Nolan was like a brother to all of us. We loved him dearly.
Did y'all see the head shake? When Morgan said, Nolan is like a brother to us and we loved him dearly. Did you see the head shake? And listen, according to our research, Morgan Seymour, I think, if I'm not mistaken, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, Morgan Seymour is related to Warren Hudson. Morgan Seymour is related to Warren Hudson, if I'm not mistaken. And so when Morgan said Nolan is like a brother, Warren Hudson just shook his head in annoyance. Did y'all see that?
Nolan was like a brother to all of us. Nolan was like a brother to all of us. We loved him dearly.
Nolan was like a brother to us.
He just shook his head. And if you guys pay attention to a lot of the little nuances and the little details in their movements and their facial movements and their body movements, it's a lot of suspect behavior, a lot of inconsistent body language in conjunction with the words that's coming out of their mouth. Did y'all hear what I'm saying? There's a lot of inconsistent body language in comparison to what they're saying, right?
I can see Nolan was like a brother to all of us. We loved him dearly.
Nolan was like a brother to us.
And see, here's the thing, you got to be careful on social media because we're catching all of this stuff. We're catching all of these things, right? Let's listen to some more things, what they're saying online. Here we go.
About what was happening. There are two major developments in the Nolan Xavier Wells case, and one of them could finally answer questions about what was happening on Nolan's phone before his death. Nolan's family has formally notified Jackson County District Attorney Angel Myers McIlrath that Nolan's phone is immediately available for joint forensic examination. The family offered a specific window, which is August 18th through August 21st, and asked for at least 12 hours notice so their own forensic experts can participate. They're also asking whether the examination will happen at the previously discussed digital forensics lab at Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College. Possible FBI participation has been discussed, but there is still no verified announcement that the FBI or DOJ has opened a federal investigation. My personal opinion, I think that we need to call people outside of Mississippi, aka another state. Right now, Mississippi, you're hard to trust. And there's another major development. The NAACP's Office of General Counsel has officially joined Nolan's family's legal team.
Did y'all hear that? The NAACP has officially joined Nolan Wells' family legal team. The NAACP has officially joined Nolan Wells' family's legal team. Okay? And you want to hear that. You love to hear that because the more support and the more arms and legs that's included in this investigation, this independent investigation, even as a presence, it helps.
Alongside Ben Crump, bringing in additional legal and investigative resources. Meanwhile, there are still major unanswered questions. No verified arrest or charges have been announced against anyone in connection to Nolan's death. No grand jury decision has been announced, and the state autopsy findings remain withheld from the public pending grand jury review. Now, all eyes are on August 18th through August 21st. If this forensic examination happens, Nolan's phone could become one of the most important pieces of evidence in this entire investigation.
Now, they've been trying to criticize Nolan Wells' mom and dad about their phone, about the phone that they retrieved from Wyatt, one of Nolan Wells' so-called friends that he rode out to Horn Island with. They've accused Nolan Wells' mom and dad of withholding the phone purposely because they have something to hide. But we found out some more information regarding the district attorney, Angel Myers, and the pressure that she put on Nolan Wells' mom and dad when it came to Nolan Wells' phone. And we're going to go into some of that in 1 second. Here we go.
Team investigating the
This is about the NAACP. Y'all, want y'all to listen. Some more information on the NAACP.
The NAACP now joining the legal team investigating the death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells, adding its Office of General Counsel to a group that already includes civil rights attorney Ben Crump and the Reverend Al Sharpton. The NAACP says it's getting involved to push for, quote, truth and transparency. Wells was reported missing the night of July 4th after a boating trip with friends, and his body was found July 6th just off Horn Island. His cause of death still undetermined. Now, as questions grow, the family's lawyers say they're ready to immediately turn over Nolan's phone for a joint forensic search.
The family is not trying to withhold the phone. They want full transparency. They want the district attorney and they want Jackson County to actually move expeditiously and be very sincere and genuine with their investigation. Do you think that they actually are trying to halt this investigation? Anybody in their right mind, do anybody in their right mind think that Nolan Wells' mom and dad is trying to stunt this investigation by holding the phone? No, the reason why they're holding the phone is because they want to make sure once they hand this phone over, they are also present once the phone is examined, because they know that there is a chance that if they just clearly hand this phone over to Jackson County and the district attorney, this process has been so fraudulent and so suspicious, it's possible that they could take the phone and do undermined things with the phone. I'm trying to be nice, but they could do something very undermined with the phone without the family knowing, without the public knowing. Do you understand? So the family does not trust the district attorney, or they do not trust Angel Myers. They don't trust the district attorney or Jackson County Sheriff Department, because at this point, the way this investigation has been going, especially even from the beginning, when they first found Nolan Wells' body, an hour later, Jackson County had said it didn't seem like there was any evidence of foul play. So why would the family just trust handing over the phone and allowing them to just have the phone to do with the phone as they will? To Nolan Wells' mom and dad and Ben Crump, that just didn't make any sense. And it didn't make any sense for me either. And so we have people like Black Coon Tatum and also Nolan Wells' so-called friends doing these interviews, demonizing Nolan Wells' mom and dad because they haven't given over the phone yet. But we know what the play is, right? We know what the deception is. And Nolan Wells' mom and dad and Ben Crump are not falling for it.
Asking Jackson, George County's District Attorney Angel Myers-Malcarath to pick a time between Tuesday and Friday. They've also asked for reconfirmation of the location for that. Both sides agreed back on July 15th to have their experts and possibly the FBI examine the phone together as the family presses for answers and accountability.
Here we go. Okay, let's go up. Here we go. So this case has gotten so much attention. Even representatives and congressmen have started speaking out about the Nolan Wells investigation. Let's listen to what Congressman Ro Khanna had to say about Nolan Wells. Here we go.
Loved ones. 18-year-old Nolan Wells went on a July 4th boating trip with his so-called friends in Mississippi. He was later found dead. More than a month later, Nolan's family is demanding answers and transparency about what happened to him. Nolan's family, unfortunately, is not alone. Across the country, Black families are sounding the alarm about the unexplained deaths of their loved ones, including a disturbing number of Black Americans found hanging from trees.
Is there a spotlight being put on Mississippi? Is this a turn of events for spotlight being put on Mississippi? Will Mississippi have to give more answers to the atrocities that we've been witnessing?
At stake is equality at the heart of the Black freedom struggle. Civil rights organizations are now investigating modern-day lynchings and are raising concerns about whether the deaths have been adequately investigated. Black bodies hanging from trees have a very specific and brutal meaning in American history. In a North Carolina churchyard, 16-year-old Juliana Umba Nazita was found hanging from a tree. Police ruled her death a suicide without conducting an autopsy. In Mississippi, Tasia Fortune, a 29-year-old mother of 4, was found hanging from a tree behind her home. Her mother is adamant that Tasia did not take her own life. These families should not have to fight for investigations. Each of these families deserves answers. Every suspicious death deserves an investigation. We all have the responsibility to speak up and fight to end the brutality that continues to kill and hurt Black people in this country. No one is free until everyone is free. That is the teaching of the Black freedom struggle.
So Nolan Wells' investigation has caught the attention of a lot of key instrumental people in the country, right? It's caught a lot of attention from a lot of key instrumental people in the country. More about the phone. We're going to get into more about the phone, you guys, because there's a lot going on with this phone. So right here, Ben Crump issued a statement right here where it says, Nolan Wells family, let me blow this up. Nolan Wells family and forensic experts on standby for joint inspection of his phone any day of this week. Jackson, Mississippi, August 17, 2026. Nationally renowned civil rights and personal injury attorney Ben Crump and the legal team for the family of 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells announced today that the family is prepared to make Nolan's phone immediately available for the joint forensic examination the parties agreed to on July 15th, and that the family's forensic experts are on standby to conduct that examination any day this week. In correspondence sent to District Attorney Angel Myers-Malcarath on August 17th, the legal team asked the district attorney's office to select any time from Tuesday, August 18th through Friday, August 21st, the earliest window available under 12 hours notice. The parties need to assemble their experts. The legal team also asked the district attorney's office to confirm whether the Examination will still take place at the Digital Forensics Lab at Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College, the location her office previously selected. So the family is okay with meeting at Mississippi Gulf Coast Community College as a neutral place, a neutral zone. The family wants to participate in this phone forensic examination. The legal team issued the following statement. We are eager to comply with the agreement we entered on July 15th, which is a joint forensic examination of Nolan's phone conducted together with their experts, our experts, and possibly the FBI. Our experts are on standby. The family is ready. We have given the district attorney's office 4 days to choose from this week, and we will make ourselves available on 12 hours notice from any one of them. So this is very important. The family said they will make themselves available on 12 hours notice, right? We know that District Attorney Angel Miles had ordered for the family to turn their phone over within like 24 to 48 hours, but the family was out of town. The family was out of town on some other business, so it was impossible for them to turn the phone over. So that's when these rumors and these accusations and these narratives of Nolan Wells' mom and dad not handing over the phone in that time constraint window, that short time constraint window that District Attorney Angel Myers McRalph ordered for them to hand the phone over. And then this when we actually seen the attack dog, Black Coon Tatum, and Nolan Wells' so-called friends started criticizing Nolan Wells' mom and dad about not handing the phone over. Also, the legal team also said the family wants Nolan's phone examined right away with both parties in the room. All parties agreed on July 15th that we share the same goal, which is determining the circumstances surrounding Nolan's death. The family is ready to move forward on the goal this week. So the family is trying to tell everybody that's listening that they don't understand why Nolan Wells' friends, family, so-called friends, quote unquote friends, and their families, these white people, and Black Coon Tatum and other right-wing conservatives that have been speaking against Nolan Wells' mom and dad and Ben Crump, they don't understand why they're making such a big issue about this phone and accusing the family of withholding the phone, purposely withholding the phone. We've seen the Nolan Wells' friends' lawyers actually guest appear on shows like Nancy Grace, accusing this family of withholding the phone. Well, guess what the family wrote? Guess what the family's legal team wrote right here? All parties agreed on July 15th. All parties agreed way back on July 15th that they share the same goal, which is determining the circumstances surrounding Nolan Wells' death. They had already agreed to meet, to choose a time to meet together and to actually look through the phone in detail. They had already agreed to look through the phone in detail. So this false narrative that's been going around about Nolan Wells' mom and dad not wanting to hand over the phone is simply false and is purposely trying to paint a picture of Nolan Wells' mom and dad on having suspect behavior, on having very deceptive and untrustworthy behavior, like they have something to hide. And they never did. Here we go.
Back on, I've got a big note here. So the family is now seemingly being accused of wrongdoing because they haven't handed the phone over yet. What happened? Back on, I've got a big note here. Phone, July 15.
Isn't that when the family had a meeting and said, yes, you can have the phone, but they want independent examiners there at the same time, right? Tell me July 15, what happened?
July 15th, the attorney for the parents of Nolan met and said, yes, we want to give over the phone, but we want someone in the middle here, someone from the outside, an expert to analyze the phone. It appeared everyone agreed. Then all of a sudden they get a letter saying, we want the phone and you have 24 hours to send it over. The DA sent that. And the parents were out of town and said, wait, we don't have the time to do that. Hence the narrative that they're not cooperating. Now, they say, Nolan's parents, look, we have our experts on standby. This week, pick a day. And not to mention, on the 19th would have been Nolan's 19th birthday. A difficult week for the family, but they say, hey, we'll give up his cell phone. We want someone, a mediator, if you will, an expert in the middle.
One more time.
Have the phone.
One more time. I need you guys to listen up closely. Listen to what the young lady said on the bottom.
There at the same time, right? Tell me July 15, what happened?
July 15th, the attorney for the parents of Nolan met and said, yes, we want to give over the phone, but we want someone in the middle here, someone from the outside, an expert to analyze the phone. It appeared everyone agreed. Then all of a sudden they get a letter saying, we want the phone and you have 24 hours to send it over. The DA sent that. And the parents were out of town and said, wait, we don't have the time to do that. Hence the narrative that they're not cooperating. Now, they say, Nolan's parents, look, we have our experts on standby. This week, pick a day. And not to mention, on the 19th would have been Nolan's 19th birthday. A difficult week for the family, but they say, hey, we'll give up his cell phone. We want someone, a mediator, if you will, an expert in the middle.
Do you guys see the effort within the past week or so on trying to assassinate Nolan Wells' mom and dad, his parents' character? Have y'all seen the concerted effort in trying to assassinate Nolan Wells' mom and dad's character as if they have something to hide when it comes to their son? As if they really don't want to get to the bottom of their son's death. The audacity to even insinuate that about Elmore Wansley and Christine Wells Wansley. That is crazy to me. If anybody wants to get to the bottom of their son's death, it's them. We're eager to read the reports from the chat. What do you guys think from the chat? To get your comments read and highlighted, it has to either be by Super Chat, Cash App, or PayPal. Super Chat, Cash App, or PayPal. Shout out to everybody that's hit the like button so far. The like button is right below the video, right next to the share button. We appreciate y'all. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I want to share this with y'all. Let me show y'all this right here. There's been a concerted effort. I want y'all to listen to this black lawyer, this black female lawyer, as she gives us information, more information about how it works with the phone, how it works with forensics and the phone, especially in the investigation of Nolan Wells. Listen up.
So Nolan Wells' phone still hasn't had the joint forensic examination his family's attorneys say they agreed to nearly a month ago. So what's the holdup? Because this isn't just about getting into a phone. I think people are asking the wrong questions. It's about who examines it, how they examine it, and preserving the integrity of whatever evidence that they recover. So, hey, y'all, Yolanda here. And listen, I'm popping in for this legal brief in between court.
It's not about giving up the phone. It's about who examines the phone and how this investigation is conducted, like she said.
Because how digital evidence can be just as important as what investigators actually find. So if you're following the Nolan Wells case, share this with someone else who's following it. So here's what we know. Nolan's family has his physical phone. Their attorneys say they reached an agreement with prosecutors for a joint forensic examination. But according to the family's attorneys, that still hasn't happened. Now listen, when I say forensically examine, I don't mean that somebody unlocks the phone, picks it up, and starts scrolling. That's not what I mean. A forensic examination is specifically designed to extract and preserve available data but also documenting how the evidence was handled and how it was recovered. So that brings us to this concept that we call chain of custody, right? Think of chain of custody as a paper trail for the evidence. Who had it? When did they have it? And what happened to it along the way, right? So that's particularly interesting here because we know that Nolan's phone wasn't in law enforcement custody from the beginning. We know that. We know that it was in somebody else's possession before it was eventually returned to the family. That does not necessarily mean that anybody did anything improper. But if this phone eventually becomes evidence in a criminal case, its history most certainly will matter. And to me, that helps explain why the family's attorneys want their experts involved in the forensic examination. It doesn't mean, y'all, that law enforcement couldn't properly examine the phone themselves. But what it does mean that the family wants a joint process. I get
it does mean to me it does mean that law enforcement were not going to examine the phone properly. That's what it means to me.
No Cap-tivity.
And I understand that this attorney, Yolanda, shout out to Yolanda Trotman off of TikTok. I know she was trying to be politically correct, but to me, it does mean at this stage in the game that law enforcement in Jackson County, Mississippi was not going to do the right thing by examining the phone. Here we go.
Get that. So now remember, a physical phone is a source of digital evidence. It's not the only source because I told y'all in a prior legal brief that depending on what investigators are looking for and the legal process with that, relevant information could potentially exist in a number of places. So I don't want y'all to make this leap. Don't say that the phone hasn't had because they haven't had the forensic examination, investigators have no digital evidence. We just don't know that. And investigators don't necessarily have to wait for an arrest or criminal charges to seek digital evidence through the appropriate legal process. So the real question isn't simply, why hasn't someone searched Nolan's phone?
She's saying that investigators really didn't even have to wait to get the phone.
Investigators have no digital evidence. We just don't know that. And investigators don't necessarily have to wait for an arrest or criminal charges to seek digital evidence through the appropriate legal process. So
okay, she's saying that it didn't have to be an arrest to actually, to look at the phone. Do y'all understand that this family does not trust the law enforcement or the legal process the way it's handled in Jackson County, Mississippi? They don't trust it. Do you guys understand that Jackson County even violated giving the family an incident report under 72 hours, which is law? That's a part of law. Law enforcement legally is required to give I don't know if it's law enforcement or the district attorney's office, is legally required to give an incident report within 72 hours to the grieving family. And it had been 2 weeks and the family still had not gotten an incident report on their son's death. That's crazy. So why would they trust Jackson County and the district attorney with their phone without the family present? That does not make any sense.
Real question isn't simply, why hasn't someone searched Nolan's phone? It's how will it be forensically examined and who will participate? Because listen, getting into the phone isn't the goal. Recovering reliable evidence is. So if you learn something, share this legal brief with someone else who's following the Nolan Wells case, and follow at Attorney Trotman and All Things Legal for You for more. And keep saying Nolan Wells' name and keep following the evidence and not speculation.
Yeah, we shared it out for you, Miss Yolanda Trotman. Shout out to her, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Miss Yolanda Trotman. Also, shout out to Lakia Stewart reporting from the chat. Thank you, Lakia. What did you say, Lakia? $5 report from the chat. She said, hey, Freezy, be more in the house. Shout out to Baltimore in the house.
No Cap-tivity.
She said, they putting the fix on. They stalling the case, hiding evidence, and sending them boys on a press tour, shaking my head. Liabatics. Let's get it. Liabatics. And I totally agree with you, sis. I totally agree with you. Shout out to Lakia Stewart. Anybody that is compelled to report from the chat and get your comments read and highlighted, you can do what Lakia did. We still haven't gotten our first Cash Cap or PayPal, which is posted above. The Cash Cap is $freezing no cap. That's $freezing no cap. And the PayPal is no captivity with freeze. That's no captivity with freeze. Let's see what else we got for y'all. So they are not playing around with this Nolan Wells investigation. Content creators are getting wiped off the face of social media. J. Megan, the young white lady who has been doing a terrific job at going deep inside with her research as far as this Nolan Wells investigation, I want y'all to hear what the latest thing she had to say. Here we go.
Well, if you guys are seeing this, they banned my main account. It just happened. Yep. Well, if you guys are seeing this, they banned my main account. It just happened. Yep. Well, if you guys are seeing this, they banned my main account. It just happened.
So they're banning content creators' platforms. They do not want us to speak on Nolan Wells' investigation. They didn't even want us to speak on Carmelo Anthony. When I tell y'all, since I've been covering Carmelo Anthony and Nolan Wells, YouTube has not monetized any of my videos. YouTube has not monetized hardly any one of my videos. I'm saying probably like 99% of my videos are not monetized.
This one here for the thug.
Right? And I have not been doing a lot of profanity. I've been very conscious about how I speak, right? And they have not monetized any of my videos, right? But that's just let you know the sincerity on this platform on us actually still choosing to report on our brothers and sisters like Nolan Wells. They are banning content creators, okay? They are banning content creators. I want y'all to take a look at this right here. Here we go.
The truth comes out.
So right here it says, let me blow this up. It says there's a video of Carter getting ready to climb. Sorry, hold on. Now, I don't know. A lot of this is alleged, but I think that if it seems relevant, I'm going to show it to you guys anyway. There's a video of Carter getting ready to climb into someone's boat, but Warren grabs him and takes him off the boat, and they go to Wyatt's boat. As everyone walks back to Wyatt's and Bart's boat, Nolan is... Wait, hold on. There's a video of Carter getting ready to climb into someone's boat. Carter, I think, is Warren's younger brother. Carter is Warren's younger brother. Warren grabs him and takes him off the boat, and they go to Wyatt's boat. So Carter is the boy that actually got into a fight, and he ended up getting punched and also put the other person in an arm bar. Warren grabbed him and went back to Wyatt's boat. As everyone walks back to Wyatt's and Bart's boat, Nolan is speaking to Katie McCormick at the shoreline. Wyatt is screaming for Nolan to get on the boat. Nolan leaves Katie. I repeat, Nolan leaves Katie at the shoreline and gets on the boat. That's what this report says. Nolan left Katie at the shoreline and got on the boat. While on the boat, a huge confrontation occurs between Warren and Nolan, as a witness states. Between Warren and Nolan. And remember, Warren did say he was screaming at Nolan to get on the boat, but Warren said Nolan did not get on the boat, remember? While on the boat, a huge confrontation occurs between Warren and Nolan, as a witness states. Nolan is heard screaming at Warren to give him back his phone. So Nolan doesn't get off the boat to speak to Katie again. Nolan does not get off the boat to speak to Katie again. He remains on the boat. So the last people to see Nolan was Warren, because he was having a huge confrontation with him. All the other people on Wyatt's boat, including Wyatt, was the last people to see and be with Nolan. I want you guys to pay attention to Wyatt. We're going to keep paying attention to Wyatt. Wyatt is very significant. Do y'all understand that Wyatt has not been showing his face? Why is Wyatt significant? We're going to get into why is Wyatt significant. Wyatt is probably more significant than all of these boys put together. And Wyatt has not been showing his face at all. At all. So Nolan doesn't get on the boat to speak to Katie again. He remains on the boat. So the last people to see Nolan was Warren, because he was having a huge confrontation with him. All the other people on Wyatt's boat, including Wyatt, was the last people to see and be with Nolan. I'm wondering if any of the boys recording the MMA fights, did Nolan record Carter's fight in which he got his ass kicked, and he might have been pissed about Nolan recording the fight? Now, the No Cap crew early on, we actually came up with this theory. Did Nolan actually record Warren's younger brother fighting Carter, right? Because word is that Carter really was, the other person was getting the best of Carter, and Carter ended up putting the boy in an arm bar. Right? It may explain why Warren took Nolan's phone from him and didn't want to give it back. Didn't Nolan's mom say Nolan's Snap account was tampered with, and also pics were deleted off his phone? I'm wondering, were the pics of Carter's MMA beatdown? I'm just wondering. So that is another theory, y'all. Okay. Here we go. So here's a video talking about the district attorney, Angel Myers, on whether she actually really does want to do the joint forensic investigation on the phone, right? Does she really want to do it with the family? Here we go.
Nolan Wells, and I'm going to say it. We have a new update regarding Nolan Wells, and I'm going to say it. It is a bombshell piece of information regarding the Nolan Wells investigation. Over the last couple of days, you've heard me say that the family is waiting for the district attorney to get in touch with them to schedule that joint investigation and cell phone extraction. We just found out on August 13th, which was literally just 2 days ago, that said district attorney Mickelrath of the Jackson County, Mississippi, decided to send another letter to the family stating, you have 48 hours to drop off the cell phone. I'm sorry, is that the same thing as a joint investigation?
So that notice that District Attorney Angel Myers gave to the family after they agreed way back on July 15th to actually do a joint investigation with the phone together. The pressure that District Attorney put on the family, it goes to show her bias and her neglect of the family's concern on how the investigation is handled with their son's phone.
No Cap-tivity.
When the words are, you have 48 hours to drop off the cell phone, or you have 48 hours to, possess the cell phone for us. Is that the same thing as saying we're going to have a joint investigation? Don't you worry, I'm going to show you the letter right now. Here is the actual letter sent from A.R. Smith, the same attorney that sent out the letter on August 11th. I want to point your attention to right here. To date, Nolan's parents remain willing to facilitate an appropriate forensic examination of Nolan Wells' phone, including FBI involvement, according to our agreement on July 15th. However, Your letter sent to Eric Hertz on August 12th at 12:51 p.m. set a deadline for Wednesday to deliver the phone to your office by August 14th at 9 a.m. This is not practical for a number of reasons.
Let's hear the letter one more time. Make sure you guys, if you're watching, please subscribe. Please subscribe and hit that notification bell. And if you haven't hit the like button, please hit that like button. The like button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. If you would like your comments to be read and highlighted from the chat, you can either do so by Super Chat, Cash Cap, or PayPal. Super Cap, Cash App, or PayPal. The Cash Cap is $freezing no cap, $freezing no cap, and the PayPal is no captivity with freeze. That's no captivity with freeze. Let's hear the letter one more time.
The cell phone for us? Is that the same thing as saying we're going to have a joint investigation? Don't you worry, I'm going to show you the letter right now. Here is the actual letter sent from A.R. Smith, the same attorney that sent out the letter on August 11th. I want to point your attention to right here. To date, Nolan's parents remain willing to facilitate an appropriate forensic examination of Nolan Wells' phone, including FBI involvement, according to our agreement on July 15th. However, your letter sent to Eric Hertz on August 12th at 12:51 p.m. set a deadline for Wednesday to deliver the phone to your office by August 14th at 9 a.m. This is not practical for a number of reasons. Now, we have a new update regarding...
Do you see how District Attorney Angel Myers has been trying to put pressure on the family? She's been trying to make it very uncomfortable for Nolan Wells' mom and dad, just to say the least, to be honest with you. Now, there has been new footage of supposedly a fight happening on Horn Island. There has been new footage supposedly of a fight happening on Horn Island, and I ran across this video footage. Is this Horn Island that we're about to watch? Yes, it is. And I want you guys to pay attention to what happened on Horn Island. Here we go. So right here, there is a guy on the phone. Do you see the guy right here in the front of the screen with black shorts on? So according to Warren and the rest of those boys, Jax and Morgan, people didn't really have their phones outside of the boat. But we see this guy with his phone in his hand to his ear on the island of Horn Island. You see that? Look at the phone. Look at this. And if I'm not mistaken, this boy that just got circled, it looks like one of the boys that was on the boat with Nolan Wells. Do you guys see how many people are posted up on the island? And they're saying that nobody had their phones off of the boat? What kind of crap is that? Warren wanted us to believe that hardly anybody had their phones off of the boat. That's crazy. Did y'all see that? Right here. Right here, right next to the boy with the white hat and the blue shorts, somebody got flipped over in the water as if it was a fight. Right there. Right there. So it looks like a fight, some type of fight is going on in the water, and people are looking. This boy is looking in the water, and this is the same boy with the blue shorts on earlier in the video. Did you see that? Somebody is tussling in the video. Right there. Right here. Somebody is tussling in the water right there. Did you see the water splash? Did anybody see the water splash? Two people are tussling in the water right there. Right there. Do you see who has the white hat and the blue shorts on? That is Warren. That is Warren. The white hat and blue shorts. White hat, blue shorts. Let me go back to the beginning. Several people, guy with his phone in his hand. We thought that there wasn't people. We thought that there were not people with their phone in possession off of the boat. Why did Warren try to make us believe and try to lead us to believe that nobody actually took their phone off of these boats? When we know with our common sense, we had already said, if you're at a scenic area like a beach, you want your phone with you. So this guy obviously is being seen with his phone right here in the middle of the screen. And there you go. White hat, blue shorts. White hat, blue shorts right there. I need you guys to pay attention because whoever released this cell phone footage, this is very pivotal. New footage, Horn Island. And this footage was taken at 3:30 p.m. 3:30 p.m. July 4th, 2026. 3:30 p.m. July 4th, 2026. Here comes the fight, y'all. I need y'all to pay attention. The fight is about to happen again in the water. Right there. Did you see the water splash? Let me blow it up so you guys can see it. So you guys can see it better. Watch this. I want y'all to see the water splash. Did y'all see the water splash? Right there. Did y'all see the water splash? Hold on. Let me move this PayPal and Cash Cap information so you guys can see it better. Here we go. Did you see the water splash up top? Somebody is tussling in the water. Right there. Two people are tussling in the water. Why are they tussling? We don't know. It's up top where the play arrow is, and the play arrow is actually pointing directly at the two people in the water. Right there. Did you see that? And the guy in the blue shorts with the white hat on is looking directly at the fight. Right there, water splash. Right there. So what I'm going to do, since some people say they can't see it, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my screen right here.
Let's look closely. Two guys in front.
So this is the guy, he has a phone. This is his phone right here, okay? That's the white hat, blue shorts guy. There's a lot of tents here on Horn Island, y'all. A lot of tents. Right here. Right here. These two people right here were tussling in the water. Right here. Right there. Right here. So I wanted you guys to see that.
Let's look close.
And here we go. Here we go.
Closely. Two guys in front of guy on the sand are fighting out in the water. Now watch his feet go up. Let's look closely. Two guys in front of guy on the sand are fighting out in the water. Now watch his feet go up. Let's look closely. Two guys in front of guy.
I'm going to show it one more time, just because some people are saying they still can't see it. Let me shout out to Susie Colo, her $5 report from the chat. Thank you, Susie. Susie said, no, the person in the water threw a football to him. You have to pan it slow. Okay, here we go.
Guy on the sand are fighting out in the water. Now watch his feet go up. Let's.
So I don't know. What do you guys make out of that? I did not see, to be honest with you, I did not see a football pass. I did not see it. What did you guys see a football pass? I didn't see a pass. It looked like a scrap. I don't know if I seen a football pass. Let me blow this one up again. So we do know that's a cell phone. Yeah, okay. I seen somebody get dunked too. I did not see a football pass. I seen like a squabble in the water. That's what I seen. I seen two people. It seemed like they were in a wrestling motion or something like that. You definitely see the water splash right when the water pans. Right here. Did you see the water splash right there? Right here. You see the water right with it. Do you see where the red arrow is pointing? Do you see where the red arrow is pointing? Okay, I do see a football in the air. I do see a football in the air. Yes, I do see it. Now I see the football in the air. Who caught the football though? Where did the football? Who added the football? What? Did y'all see where the football went? Where did it go? Where did it go? Okay, maybe it hit the ground. I don't know. But that's a video that's floating around. What do you guys think of it? One of the significant things of that video is that people did have their cell phone out. So that directly contradicts what Warren actually said during the interview with Black Coon Tatum, right? Shout out to Susie Colo, $5 report from the chat said, you have to watch the other video. This one is edited. We just seen it, Susie. Thank you, Susie. We appreciate you. So we know they had phones on the beach. They had phones on the beach. We know this, right? So I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to see this. I want you guys to remember. Shout out to Susie Colo, $5 report from the chat. She said he was trying to go get it. That's why he waved his hand to catch it. Shout out to you, sis. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to you. Thank you. Okay. So, do you guys remember what was said about Nolan Wells' phone by Jax and Warren? Warren was saying they didn't have an issue going to get. Nolan Wells' mom's friend did not have an issue trying to get the phone. They gave up the phone, no problem. That's what Warren and that's what Jax said. Jax said, hey, we didn't have no issue with the keys. We definitely didn't have an issue with the phone. So basically, they kind of painted a picture as if Jayvon's mom, Tashema Hands, is a liar. Right? Shout out to VI Fireman. $10 report from the chat. VI Fireman said, did you notice the verdict bourbon bottle in the attorney's interview? Yes, I did. Yes, I did, VI Fireman. Verdict belongs to Tatum. The verdict liquor bottle, bourbon bottle, belongs to Tatum, the bottle that was in the attorney's interview. JT Cox. The play is obvious. Turning Point USA got the call and they sicked their dog on them. No Cap-tivity. And I do think it's obvious. Yes, I do. Yes, I do think it's obvious. So I want to remind you guys what was said as far as this phone and all of this hoopla as far as the phone and what the boys and Black Coon Tatum was saying as far as the phone went. Let's go back over here. Let's go back here over here and let's be reminded of what was said on Black Coon Tatum's platform when it comes to Black Coon Tatum asking the boys about the phone. Here we go.
Yeah. You can't try me, no captivity. Crazy. I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community. When life slide, was it appreciating the way that I like give you 50 shades of me. Hell no, I'm not a saint, but God bless me. No captivity, freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. No captivity, freezy, believe me, out in these YouTube streets. I'm tripping that stick, keep my mind a toe. I'm cleaning my step, cause my tight is tight, so tight I can't guard. Never the one smoking in, that's right, riding in newly. That's good life is a movie, who else can speak up on that? Ooh, ooh. They know you should like, comment, subscribe, it's all be. You can't try me, no captivity. Freeze, I know it's hard to.
Shout out to, let's see, shout out to everybody that's been sending jewels. We appreciate y'all. First off, we like to give a big shout out to Scarlett Morgani. Thank you, Scarlett Morgani. Also, a big shout out to Keto. Thank you, Keto, for the 1,000 jewels. Scarlett Morgani had gave 1,500 jewels. Keto, 1,000 jewels. And India Perkins, 1,000 jewels. Thank you, India Perkins. We appreciate you. So let's go back to what the boys were saying about the phone when Blackcoon Tatum asked them about the phone. Here we go.
Electronics, your batteries, everything that controls everything throughout the whole boat. So the first thing that fills up on a boat when it starts to sink is the bilge. And it goes in the bilge and it starts filling up. So there's a cap in the back of the boat that you can unscrew and look inside the bilge. When we unscrewed it, there's so much water in the boat, it started overflowing onto the deck. And so at this point, we're like, okay, this boat's going down. It's going down quick. We don't know where the water's. We weren't trying to cover up anything. We want to know where our friend was just as bad as everybody else does. I mean, that was our boy. We want to know worse than everybody else does.
We want to know worse, okay.
And so that's how that picture came about.
And I want to get to the phone situation of Miss Christine or Miss Wells said online, and I've seen it on the news and everything, as if she had to come and hunt you down to get this phone. Now I know, Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So how did this happen? Because last time we talked, you said you told,
listen up,
and I will call her Miss Christine. You told Christine that you had Nolan's phone. Can you explain that to me? Because I'm confused. I don't know what's what. Did you tell her you had the phone? And when did you tell her you had the phone if you did?
Okay, so first we'll start off with, what I have to say, and then Jax, but and then if Morgan has something to say. But I want to get this straight. One of the first things I told Miss Christine Wells in the first phone call that ever occurred with anything to do with Nolan Wells being gone, because I was the first person to call Miss Christine about anything. First phone call and anything to do with Nolan Wells was me making a phone call to Christine Wells. And one of the first things I said to her, with multiple witnesses here, pull up the phone call if you want. She said, oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. I told her this. She knew for a fact that we had his phone. And she knew that I told her, yeah, he left it on the boat with us. Like a bunch of people did. And so I want to make that very clear that I told Miss Christine there was no reason to hide anything. There was no issue regarding the cell phone. She could have came and picked it up, but instead she sent one of her friends to come pick it up, and that's where these things start to get twisted. But no, there was never an issue with the phone. I told Miss Christine, one of the first things I told her was, we have Nolan's phone, and that's where that ends. There was no issues with the phone or the keys, so I want to make that clear.
So was the keys on the boat with the phone?
No. The keys were
They're at my house.
at Jax's house, because we all stayed there the night before. I'm sure if I would have left my truck at Jax's house, I would have left my keys there too. Because
just one more thing to think about on the boat.
If I don't have my car or my truck, then why would I bring my keys on the boat? So I mean, there's just no point of bringing it, because if I lose them, then there's more stuff to bring down.
So I want you guys to explain this phone thing. I think Warren already addressed the fact that he told Christine that he had the phone in his possession. So the whole Life 360 thing is not adding up as far as what you're saying to me compared to what they're saying. Now, how did whoever came and get the phone, how did they get in touch with you guys, and how did they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions.
Now listen up, they're gonna go into this phone situation, and they're basically gonna call Jayvon's mom, Christina Wells Walmsley's mom, Christina Wells Wansley's friend, Jayvon's mom, they're gonna basically call her a liar. Here we go.
Questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating, and he called and he was asking questions. He was like, "Where's Nolan? When's the last time y'all seen him?" And then he was like, "So where are y'all at?" And I told him, I said, "We're at Jackson's house." And then Warren got on the phone, and I don't know.
So they come to my house, right? And they kind of
hold on before we get there. Was it confrontational or was it just trying to find? It was confrontational.
Yeah,
already?
wouldn't y'all agree? Yeah, so he was 110%.
He was very
confrontational.
And when did this happen? Was this on the night of the 4th or the next
this
day?
was the night when this was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
So you had already spoke to Christine.
Correct.
Yes. And then you get a call that was hostile.
Yeah, and then Morgan handed the phone over to me. I was like, "Oh, let me talk to him," because I knew the guy, and I was just like, "Hey, like," he was like, "Where y'all at? Where y'all at?" I was like, "We're at Jackson's house." You know, it's like calm down. And then he hung up on me, and then
okay, so they come, they pull up to my house, and at this point, I'm kind of freaking out. We're all trying to put our heads together on where Nolan is, and I kind of like isolate myself in my room, just kind of get in a ball and just lose it, kind of basically for a few hours. And they just walk into my house, you know, and I hear all this commotion going on in my living room, and I'm just like, what in the world is going on? So I walk out there, and there's probably like 10, 15 people in my house I don't even know, and they're all up in our faces, going crazy, asking where Nolan is, and we don't know. And finally, they get into Wyatt's face, and they're like, "Where's your boat? Where's the boat at?"
Demanding his address.
Demanding his address and stuff like that. And he finally ends up giving it to him. And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone. They have the phone at this point. Then they get the address to his house.
So they're trying to make it seem like there was no problem getting the phone. She didn't have to wait for the phone like Tashema Hands, Jayvon's mom, Christina Wells Wansley's friend said. They're trying to call her a liar. Okay?
Then they go to his house. Go ahead and state that. And he finally ends up giving it to him. And then let me go ahead and state that while they're there, we give them the phone. They have the phone at this point. Then they get the address to his house. Then they go to his house. And they're searching all over his boat, what I heard and stuff like that. Well, anyways, I don't really know much about that, but they come back to my house at around 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's his dad this time. And his dad's being really respectable, really, really nice to me and stuff like that, as long as...
What do you think? Let me hear from you guys from the chat. You can get your comments read by via Super Chat, Cash App, or PayPal.
Another friend of theirs, and he's asking me, like, where are the keys at? I don't even know where Nolan's keys are at in my house. You know how hard it is to find a set of keys in a house, and you don't even know where to start? It's pretty hard. So I start scrambling around my house looking. There's stuff everywhere. Keep in mind, all these people stayed the night in my house before. I'm looking through everything. I can't find the keys. I run back to his father, or stepfather, and I was like, I don't know where the keys are. And the guy standing next to him's texting somebody. I guess I was at my house, and he said that they're on the Xbox. So I run in, I see him on the Xbox, grab him off the Xbox, and I go and hand it to him. It's plain and simple. It didn't even take 30 seconds. You know?
So you went in your room, you went looking for the keys, and you didn't see a set of keys just simply laying on your Xbox, which is probably where you are most of the damn time. I'm pretty sure he's always playing his game. You didn't just think to look on the top of your Xbox?
No trouble at all. So
this narrative that they're pushing, that there was any argument over the phone or the keys, is completely false. Like, let's get that.
No trouble at all getting the phone. No trouble at all getting the phone. That's what they're saying.
Clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they just kind of hang around my house, taking pictures of all the cars' license plate in the driveway, stuff like that. And so
You say they, how many people are here this time?
Like 15.
15.
Right? 15 people.
15.
False. Like, let's get that clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they just kind of hang around my house, taking pictures of all the cars' license plate in the driveway, stuff like that. And so
You say they, how many people are here this time?
Like 15.
Okay, so let me show y'all this right here, because there is a lot of contrasting things when it comes to this phone, and in my honest opinion, there are a lot of lies going around when it comes to this phone as well. I remember Warren's initial interview when it comes to talking about this phone.
Keys. And, you know, I didn't think anything of that sort. That I was praying for, and, you know, that we were out there and we were, you know, doing everything that we could to help out.
And when he came to pick the keys up, was there a confrontation on him? Because I could have sworn I saw on the news that when he came to pick the keys up, it was almost like an altercation because you guys didn't want to get the keys over, or you said you didn't know where the keys were at?
I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, I wasn't there, but from what my friend told me,
they just had to look for Nolan's keys. It's not like, why would we be hiding Nolan's keys? There's no reason to hide anything. You know, this is our friend. We have nothing to hide. I mean, we were trying to do everything that we could to help out.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing, because I know you mentioned before that you have no reason to touch the phone. Obviously, you didn't touch the phone.
Right.
But is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Absolutely not. I mean, like I said, there was no reason for us to get on Nolan's phone. No one touched Nolan's phone. But nothing, if none of us had touched Nolan's phone, then, you know, there's no reason for anything to be deleted. I mean, no one even was in contact with his phone until it was moved from the boat to the truck. And none of us have access to Nolan's password to get on his phone and delete anything. Absolutely not. And we have no reason.
Shout out to Ma of Deuce. Ma of Deuce. Thank you, Ma of Deuce. We appreciate you. Ma of Deuce with the $10 report from the chat. Ma of Deuce stated, hi, Freezy in chat. Did Warren just say that the phone and keys weren't in the same place? Yes, he just said that. Then say they were at Jack's place where they were at. Liars. So why didn't they give the keys with the phone?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you, sis. That's a great question. That is a great question. Shout out to everybody that's been reporting from the chat. If you would like to be heard from the chat, you can either do so easily by either Super Cap, Cash Cap, or PayPal. Super Cap, Cash Cap, or PayPal. Here we go.
Delete anything. I mean, you know, there's nothing to hide here. I mean, we have had no reason to delete anything, and you know, we never did.
All right, so I have something I want to make sure that we're clear about, because you had mentioned earlier that you saw Nolan cradling Katie.
Right.
Her name is Katie.
Yeah, Katie.
I just want you to explain, what does that mean? Some people in their mind, they may think he's cradling like a baby.
Yeah.
Like, what is that scenario?
Yeah,
like?
he was. I mean, Nolan was off. The last time I saw him, like I said, I was off the bow of the boat. And like I said earlier, if you had jumped off the bow of the boat, you were probably about chest or neck deep in water. So Nolan wasn't like carrying her out the water. She's sitting in the water, and Nolan's arms are under the water, and he's carrying her from under the water. But her head's still out of the water. Nolan's head's still out of the water. You know, and I was looking at both of them. So.
Oh, so he's kind of like holding her.
Right.
Kinda like,
in the
know,
water, though.
Like we grown, right? There's two people in the water. They feeling each other.
Right.
Like, meaning feeling they like each other.
Right.
And he's a little more close to her, and they're kind of having a moment.
Correct.
Not insinuating that it's sexual, but
no, of course not,
they're together. They like each other. You looking at him, you like, bro, you crazy, because you know that he like her and he's hanging out with her.
Yeah, right, okay. Exactly.
That makes sense. And when was the last time that you saw Nolan? And then when was the last time that someone reported to you that Nolan was seen? If that makes sense.
Yeah,
you saw him at a certain point, but then someone else saw him a lot later when you guys were gone.
Right. Okay. So the last time I personally laid eyes on Nolan was at like 3 o'clock, you know, and he was, you know, in front of the boat with a girl, and that's the last time I saw him. But there were, you know, I've talked to somebody personally that saw Nolan at 6 o'clock, and someone, you know, we weren't even the last people to see Nolan. We, you know, once we left, there was still dozens on dozens on dozens of boats around us. And I mean, clearly we were not the last people to see Nolan.
So Warren, I'm gonna ask you some very pointed questions. I mean, just straight out.
Okay.
I didn't come down here to, you know, do anything other but to get the truth, and for you to have a voice in this. And the first thing I want to ask you is, did you kill Nolan?
Of course not.
Did you have anything to do with Nolan's death?
Of course not. And absolutely not.
They say that you guys deleted stuff out of his phone. Did you delete anything out of Nolan's phone?
No, of course not.
The mom act like, or at least she portrayed on television, and the rumors are that you weren't really good friends with Nolan. Is that true or not?
Absolutely not. I hung out with Nolan probably like 3 days a week. I mean, seriously, at least. Some days my friends want to hang out every single day, and Nolan was always there. So,
and obviously people may see this and know the facts later that you weren't able to go to the funeral or the memorial service.
So I want you guys to pay attention to this. They're trying to make it seem like it was a lie, that there was difficulty getting Nolan Wells' phone when Christine Wells Wansley's friend Tashema Hands actually went to go pick up the phone. The boys were basically accusing Tashema Hands of lying, being that, you know, she went to go pick up this phone, and we heard her on CNN say it was difficult picking up the phone, right? Tashema Wells Wansley. This is Tashema Wells Wansley right here. This is her Facebook. Now, we heard her on CNN. I don't know if we need to go back on CNN. Maybe we need to revisit CNN. But Tashema Hands, this is Jayvon Williams' mom. This is Jayvon Williams' mother, Tashema Hands, when she stated on when she stated on CNN that she did have a difficult time picking up the phone. So how about we just revisit that? Jayvon's mom, CNN interview. Here we go.
A lot of praying. A lot.
Because he'd been in a fight. Is that accurate? His trace without hands on the phone. Where for the family who is why he would have left his cell phone behind. And you say you were the person who actually went and retrieved that phone for the family. How'd you get your hands on the phone? Where was it?
That is correct. Christine called me and told me, hey, where are the boys? Nolan hasn't been heard from since such and such time. Where are your boys? I said, well, Jayvon is with his girlfriend, and I just spoke with Jalen, and they are headed to downtown, which I was literally getting ready to get in the shower to go downtown as well. She said, well, Nolan hasn't been. So I instantly called with Christine on the phone, Jayvon. Jayvon said no, he hadn't seen Nolan since early on the island. And he was like, what? Are y'all serious? He was like, yes. And so Christine intervened in the conversation, said, Nolan has not been heard from since he left the island. So Jayvon was like, well, that's when I seen it. I haven't seen it since then. Again, everybody goes their separate ways. So I then hang up from Jayvon because obviously they're.
Make sure y'all subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe now and hit that notification bell. That's how you become a part of the No Cap crew.
There's nothing he can say to tell me anything. So then Jalen, I call him. Jalen did not answer the phone. Christine again is on the phone. Jalen did not answer the phone. LeBaron, I called. He didn't answer the phone. I called LeBaron, which is their other friend, LeBaron Broomfield. He answered. He said, Jalen is in the gas station. Hold on. So he said, hey, Jalen, Mom on the phone. So he's like, Jalen, like, what's up, Mom? What's going on? I was like, hey.
Shout out to everybody reporting from the chat. Let's read them. Shout out to Adrian Jones, $2 report from the chat. Adrian said, listen to Jax, had a ball of Coca-Cola on hand. Listen to Jax, had a ball of Coca-Cola on hand.
No Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to Mary J, $5 report from the chat. I'm going to betray this, quote unquote. I'm going to betray this. Nolan Wells was betrayed. Justice for Nolan Wells. Forever 18.
No Cap-tivity.
B182, $5 report from the chat. Everyone on the 4 boats and at the party, they had after the island phones need to be taken for evidence, home cameras and all, parents too. Everyone on the 4 boats and at the party, they had after the island phones need to be taken for evidence, home cameras and all, parents too. Shout out to you, B182. Thank y'all for the reports from the chat. You guys are helping uncover a lot of things in this Nolan Wells investigation. If you would like for your comments to be read and highlighted, and if you would like for me to read your reports from the chat, you can either do so by super chat. We still haven't gotten our first Cash App or PayPal. It's posted on the screen. We're waiting, very eager to read the first Cash App or PayPal. The first PayPal or Cash App over $10, we will rock out and play a video for you guys. We haven't seen many videos tonight. So let's get the videos playing, y'all. Let's get it.
Have y'all heard from Nolan? They said no. We have not heard from Nolan.
But where was the phone?
So I was like, well, so that's when we started tracking the phone. Well, for Chris.
She said, where's the phone?
Have y'all heard from Nolan? They said no. We have not heard from Nolan.
But where was the phone?
So I was like, well, so that's when we started tracking the phone. Well, for Christine, it said one place, but for them on Snapchat, it showed another place. So that's the place we went to. And it showed that everybody that was in the house, it was like a lot of people there. Like I'm not familiar with all the kids. I only know like one. there, but it showed that the phone was at what a lot of people were at. So that's how we knew where to go to. We went there. They were all there. They were sitting there, lights off, watching TV.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Because
not one time did we hear Warren, Jax, or Morgan say the lights were off and all of those people just huddled up in that house.
knowing that phone
They
was
did.
there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone because I even.
She said, well, did they give you the phone?
Because knowing that phone was there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone because I even asked. I'm like, they did. They gave me the phone.
Did they immediately give you the phone? Did they immediately give you the phone? Because knowing that phone was there.
It took about 15. They did. They gave me the phone, but it took about 15 minutes to get the phone because I even asked. I'm like, did y'all have to walk back to Horn Island to get the phone, or like, where's the phone? Because it took so long when they said it was in, when Wyatt told me it was in his truck. It took him so long to get the phone back to me. So when they brought the phone back,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tashema. I want to hear that.
when they brought the phone, after I said something about it, he was like, well, she's going to get it. I was like, who's going to get it? He's like, the girl's going to get the phone.
A lot of praying.
So Tashema Hands said that they took so long to get the phone.
A lot of.
She asked, did they have to walk back to Horn Island just to get the phone? But according to Warren, Jax, Tashema Hands, Jayvon's mom did not have an issue getting the phone. They're basically calling her a liar. But recently, Tashema Hands actually spoke out again, addressing what was said towards her, saying that she thought it was difficult with her getting the phone.
Jayvon?
So I want you guys to listen in on what Jayvon's mom had to say when it came to getting the phone. Here we go.
That boat had never even been in the water. And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone.
She said I hadn't even talked to Warren. So basically, why is Warren even doing any talking? Why is Warren speaking on me? That's what Miss Tashema Hands is saying. Why is Warren even speaking on me? I didn't even talk to Warren. So how would Warren know how difficult it even was to get the phone? And here's the thing, Wyatt hasn't spoken out yet. Wyatt has not come forth yet. I'll need y'all to keep your attention on Wyatt Pyron. We're going to talk more about Wyatt Pyron really quick, really soon, in 1 second. Wyatt, the guy who actually took a long time to give Tashema Hands, this is Jayvon Williams' mother, the phone, has not spoken out yet. But thus far, Warren Hudson spoke up for Wyatt and said, oh no, Jayvon's mom didn't have any issue getting the phone. Well, let's listen to what Tashema Hands had to say, Jayvon Williams' mom.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that, but I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took.
Did you hear what she said?
Doing that, but I turned Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that, but I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in.
So she was so serious about getting Nolan Wells' phone. She turned her camera around on Wyatt to make sure that Wyatt would do the right thing because she was having such a hard time getting the phone. And one would ask, why wouldn't it be a simple process just to retrieve this phone and give it to Christine Wells Wansley's friend, Jayvon Williams' mom, Tashema Hands? Why such a difficult time? Make sure you hit the like button. The like button is right below the video, right next to the share button. Thank you to everybody hitting the like button or the dislike button. Whether you hit the like button or the dislike button, we wish all of y'all $5 million in your life.
The truck. I'm not sure where we talked to Warren. I'm not sure the boat had never even been in the water. And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start because Wyatt.
She said again, she reiterated that it took about 15 minutes or more to get this phone. So why is Warren and Jax lying on this woman when she definitively said, matter of factly, hey, several times, it took a long time for them to give me the phone. It took about 15 minutes. And she also stated that she told him and asked him, hey, did you have to go back to Horn Island just to get the phone? Huh?
Start getting jazzy at the mouth. So
who did she say? Who did she say started getting jazzy at the mouth? She is saying those boys started getting slick at the mouth with her and smart Alec.
Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth.
Wyatt Pyron started getting disrespectful out of his mouth towards Jayvon Williams' mom. Now, if these boys were best friends with Nolan Wells, you would think that they would be very cooperative getting the phone to Nolan Wells' mom. You would think that they would be very assisting in getting this phone to Jayvon Williams' mom, to Nolan Wells' mom, so that they can have Nolan Wells' phone. But instead, we're hearing from Tashema Hands, who is very credible, that Wyatt Pyron was very disrespectful and he started getting quote unquote jazzy out the mouth to Tashema Hands, and it took him close to over 15 minutes to get the phone.
So
here we go.
They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son Jaylen was like, "Hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama."
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan. Because we trying to figure out why y'all seen y'all ass up in here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's why I asked again, where's the phone?
They were in the house chilling. They didn't have a state of emergency. They wasn't frantic about their so-called best friend / brother being missing. They were in the house chilling in the dark. And on top of that, furthermore, they gave Jayvon Williams' mother a hard time giving her the phone. And also they were getting disrespectful. Wyatt Pyron specifically was getting disrespectful out of his mouth to Jayvon's mother as she was simply trying to get Nolan Wells' phone after being missing. If they were his best friends, if they were his brother, why would they have a hard time giving her the phone? Why would they give her a hard time giving her the phone first and foremost? And why would Wyatt Pyron, which Wyatt Pyron is very significant, why would Wyatt Pyron get jazzy out the mouth to this woman? Why would Wyatt Pyron get slick and disrespectful to Jayvon Williams' mom when she was just simply trying to retrieve the phone for Nolan Wells' father and mother, Elmore Wansley and Christine Wells Wansley? Let's go to the chat and see what you guys are reporting from the chat. Shout out to Kicking Wisdom, $10 report from the chat. Kicking Wisdom said, Tatum lying too, because he said that Jayvon's mother came to get Nolan and Jayvon's phone. How did they give Jayvon's phone to Jayvon's mom when Warren said he called Jayvon to get Christine's phone number? And that's a great question, sis.
No cap.
Shout out to you for the $10 super cap. Also, Rosa Black's $5 report from the chat said, hey, Freezy, keep up the great work. Justice for Nolan Wells. I just learned today that a young man named TJ Davis passed in a similar manner in Mississippi. We're going to go over that, Rosa Black.
No cap.
Thank you, Rosa Blackwell. We appreciate you. Shout out to our brothers and sisters. We're going to continue to fight for justice. Miss D, $5 report from the chat. Warren said he wasn't there, but they passed him the phone. Was he there or not? He also said he called his mother and she was on the island.
No captivity.
Exactly. Shout out to a Black Beauty, $5 report from the chat. Black Beauty said, I believe Nolan's body was in the house when she came to retrieve the phone.
No captivity.
And this has been an ongoing theory as well. Shout out to you, a Black Beauty. Great to see you. My Ak, Shalom, Smitty Quapow, $5 report from the chat said she was recording while she was getting the phone. Yes, she said she was recording while she was there to retrieve Nolan Wells' phone. Tashema Hands said that.
No captivity.
Shout out to the reports from the chat. We appreciate y'all. Thank you. Let's get it.
Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that, but I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son Jayvon was like, hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama.
Right.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all seen y'all ass up here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was going to get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house.
She said the same thing. Hey, y'all must have had to go back to Horn Island because it was taking just that long. Shout out to our sister, Adrian. Shout out to Adrian for her $10 PayPal. Adrian, thank you. Adrian said, her report from PayPal. A report from PayPal. Let me go ahead and put the password in here. Shout out to Adrian. Thank you. She said Jerry owns boat company Y. Jerry owns a boat company. Why didn't they need Cito? Why didn't they need Cito? Listen to the three guys talk about Nolan in the house with Wyatt's dad all the time. I had strange things there. Maybe homo or he's the pass around. They all look at each other low-key snitching. Adrian, are you trying to say that Nolan Wells was a pass around? I hope not. I'm sorry, it just caught me off guard. No, you said Nolan Wells was a pass around. And wait, you trying to say he was with Wyatt's dad? Listen, I'm going to stay positive and say he wasn't a pass around, but I'm definitely going to definitely going to respect your PayPal report. She said they all look at each other low-key snitching. It's more than a fight on Nolan's phone. It's more than a fight on Nolan's phone. Well, shout out to Adrian. Thank you for your PayPal report. And as promised, we owe you a video. Shout out to you, sis.
Use a debit card, tap it, make it happen. Cash app on deck, yeah, we keep it active. Super chat live when the combo gets deep. PayPal slide through, show love to the speed. Every way it works, no friction, no trap. Thank you for supporting, no Cap-tivity, no cap. Building this vision brick by brick, we ride. You ride with the mission, you already slide.
Shout out to you, Adrian. Also, shout out to Felita Fountain.
Check the cash out, bitch.
From the cash cap side, first cash cap of the night, $5 cash cap report. She said all about the Jazz 77 and M. Has video too in chat. Shout out to you, All About the Jazz. Thank you, All About the Jazz. We appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's go back to Jayvon's mom and what else she had to say. Here we go.
My ass up in here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was going to get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to mentioning Jayvon, I'm going to say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all.
As far as what? Say it again.
Stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all.
She said, as far as me and that little SHIT, I don't feel the need to explain myself to any one of y'all. So she's referring to, what is she referring to? She's referring to the lies that were told about her, right? She's referring to the lies that were told about her on Blackcoon Tatum's show during the interview with Warren, Wyatt, and Morgan Seymour, right? And Tashema says, hey, listen, I have no reason to lie. This is what Tashema Hands is saying. I have no reason to lie. And what sticks out to me about Tashema, right? What sticks out to me is, why would Wyatt disrespect her if they actually have genuine love for Nolan Wells? This also leads me to believe they really never had any intentions on going to Nolan Wells' funeral. Let's think about that. They really never had any intentions on going to Nolan Wells' funeral, right? If that was my best friend and like a brother to me, I would never disrespect Nolan Wells' mom or Nolan Wells' mom's friend, especially when they're just trying to get answers and they're just trying to get Nolan Wells' phone. Remember, Warren had already supposedly called a Coast Guard before that, so they should already know why they were showing up to their Jack's house to get information, to get the phone, and to get the keys. So why would Wyatt get so disrespectful with Jayvon's mom? Why would he do that? Okay, and she's basically saying that, hey, they lying on me. They lied on me, saying that I didn't have a hard time getting that phone, and I did. I did have a hard time getting the phone. That's exactly what she's saying. She's saying she did have a hard time getting the phone. Shout out to the reports from the chat. Also, shout out to Adrian. Adrian, for her $2 report from the chat, she said, I sent a PayPal a while ago. Thank you, Adrian. We just read it. Thank you so much.
Cap-tivity.
I appreciate you, Adrian. Also, Gina Dallas Diva, $2 report from the chat. Thank you, Gina. Gina said, Freezy, she was talking about her nudging Jayvon. She was talking about her nudging Jayvon. Oh, that's what she was talking about. Let me play it again, right? So we can get the right context. Here we go. Let me play it again so we can get the right context. Here we go.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was at. It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt started getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jayvon, was like, hey, you better watch your tone. Like, don't get smart, my mama.
Right. So her other son, Jalen, was about to fight Wyatt. That's how bad it got.
This one here for the thug.
Her other son, Jalen, was about to get in Wyatt's ASS for talking greasy to his mom. That's how bad it got. That's how difficult it was for Tashema Hands to get Nolan Wells' phone.
Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all seen y'all ass up in here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was going to get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to the mentioning Jayvon, I'm going to say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudging shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything.
Oh, the nudging. Okay, cool. So the caption did not get it right. As far as me and that nudging junk, that nudging HIT. So she's addressing the nudging. She said, listen, as far as me nudging Jayvon, I ain't got to explain myself. That's what she just said. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, Gina. Thank you for clarifying that. We appreciate you. Also, shout out to Adrian Jones. $2 report from the chat. She said, I don't think it was Wyatt. It was Warren OTP on the phone. Oh, I don't think it was Wyatt. It was Warren on the phone. You think it was Warren on the phone with Cito? You think it was Warren on the phone with Cito? Shout out to you, Adrian. We appreciate you. So, yeah, she said as far as that nudging SHIT, she feels like she doesn't have to explain herself.
I'm going to say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudging shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all. And they sent me to...
She said she doesn't feel like she has to explain. And I'm going to be honest with you.
Nolan Wells.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't feel like she has to explain anything either. I don't think Tashema Hands has to explain anything either. $5 report from the chat from Alf OJ. Alf OJ said, if Ocean Springs is such an all-inclusive, tight-knit community, why weren't the Wansleys invited to the July 4th party with the Hobnobs?
No Cap-tivity.
Because they're not a tight-knit community like they say. They're a tight-knit community, obviously, just with a certain demographic of race of people, right? Shout out to you. We appreciate you. If you would like to get your reports, your chats highlighted and read, if you would like to get your comments highlighted and read and reported from the chat, I'm on the job. I'm eager to read your reports as quickly as possible. Shout out to everybody that has hit the like button so far. The like button is right below the video, right next to the share button. And shout out to everybody that's been subscribing to our channel. Shout out to everybody that's been subscribing to the channel. If you haven't subscribed as you're watching the show, please subscribe now. Please subscribe now as you tune in. Subscribe now as you tune in. And after you subscribe, make sure you hit that notification bell. That is how you become a part of the No Cap crew.
Subscribe, don't forget to hit that notification bell. Don't forget to hit the like and make sure you share. Thank you for coming to the channel. No Cap welcomes you all in. Don't forget to subscribe and make sure you hit that notification bell. Don't forget to like it, also share. Don't forget to like and make sure you hit that notification bell. Don't forget to like and make sure you share. Hit the like button, it's for free. It's for free. Hit the like button, free. It's for free. Hit the like button.
No Cap-tivity.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. Shout out to everybody that hit the like button, and shout out to everybody that subscribed to the channel and hit that notification bell. My bad, y'all. Shout out to everybody that hit the like button, and shout out to everybody that has subscribed to the channel and hit that notification bell. We appreciate y'all. Also, we're eager to also read the Cash Cap or the PayPal. The Cash Cap is $Freezy No Cap. That's $Freezy No Cap. And the PayPal is No Cap-tivity with Freeze. That's No Cap-tivity with Freeze without the Y. We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Now, there's a letter that's been floating around on the internet. There is a letter that's been floating around on the internet, and I want to read it for y'all. Right? So who wrote these notes? It says, and where did this information come from? Who wrote these notes and where did this information come from? A handwritten page purportedly describing events on Horn Island on July 4th is now circulating online in the Nolan Wells case. And some of what is written on this page is explosive. The writer describes arriving at the island, alcohol consumption, and conversations involving Nolan and Wyatt. Then comes a much more serious allegation. Quote unquote, Wyatt had been sniffing cocaine all morning. The page further claims Wyatt tried to take Nolan's phone or told him to put it down, and that Nolan jerks phone back. It then appears to connect that alleged interaction to what happened later. So it's the letters are basically insinuating that Wyatt tried to snatch Nolan's phone for some reason. And Nolan jerks the phone back, quote unquote. Those are serious claims. But now a photograph of handwritten notes is not proof that events described actually occur. Is now proof that that events described actually occurred. We need to know who wrote this when it was written, whether the writer personally witnessed these events, and whether this account was provided to law enforcement. And there is another reason the phone portion deserves scrutiny. So let me see. So let's read these letters to see how valid this letter really is. So right here it says Nolan was only put on the boat to be transferred back to island around 3 to 5 a.m. July 6th. Nolan was only put on the boat to be transferred. I need y'all to listen to this letter. Now, is this letter real? I don't know. Is this letter real? I don't know. But I want y'all to pay attention to this letter. Nolan was only put. Could it be real? Of course it could be real. Nolan was only put on the boat to be transferred back to the island around 3 to 5 a.m. July 6th. So they're saying that Nolan was actually put on a boat to be transferred back to Horn Island to drop his body off. Let's keep reading. That's why he wasn't found initially on the island. He was stored somewhere cool and dark as to keep decompositioning at a minute. But it's summer. He already started to have a hint of smell permeating the shaded area. Permeating the shaded area. It's an area of property him and friends hiked or hung around, and yes, it's one of his friends' property. Somebody got a farm or a hiking trail, maybe both. So they're saying that Nolan was with somebody who actually owned the property close to the island, and they hiked or whatever. And this is when the demise of Nolan Wells actually happened. Somebody cried, Wyatt or Warren. Somebody is scared to speak, Eric. Somebody was threatened, everyone, each other. Everyone/each other. All of them are being hunted. Nolan decided to unfriend this group, and they couldn't accept it. The ultimate motive. So this is the first part of the letter. There's another letter. Let's read another letter. Let's see. Left Evans' house at 10:30 a.m. or boat to island. July 4th, 11:01 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. July 4th, 11:01 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Left Evans' house at 10:30 a.m. on boat to island. So who the writer of the letter goes on to write, we got to the party, the island, right, at Horn Island. We had alcohol. I may have drank half, if not a whole seltzer throughout that entire time. In parentheses, they wrote, was worried about returning for his second season. He was worried about returning for his second. So they're saying that Nolan was worried about returning for his second season, and he didn't want to ruin his chances. So are they saying that Nolan only drunk a whole seltzer throughout? He didn't even drink half a seltzer throughout that entire time. Okay, let's keep reading. Cell service sucks here. Cellular phone service sucks here. That's what Nolan said. The cell service sucks here, Nolan. Also, quote unquote, imagine something happening to you and not being able to call out for help. Wyatt and Nolan side eyes and dismisses the comment. Nolan snaps a photo or rides or certain heights of scenery. What is that? Nolan snaps a photo or video. I'm sorry. Nolan snaps a photo or video of scenery. Quote unquote, Wyatt had been sniffing cocaine all morning. Wyatt had been sniffing cocaine all morning? Where is Wyatt? The letter is saying Wyatt Pyron had been sniffing cocaine all morning. Now, am I just going to dismiss these letters? Somebody took the time to write these letters, and they also dated the letter. Okay? We can't throw anything off the table. This letter says Wyatt had been sniffing cocaine all morning. Wyatt tries to grab Nolan's phone and tells him to put it down. And Nolan jerks phone back. He jerks his phone back. This fuels what would lead to Nolan's death later. Approximately 12 hours later, Nolan was already having an inkling that he shouldn't go to the pool party later. Him and Wyatt have had animosity for a while. Now, we know that Wyatt was the one that have stayed at Nolan Wells' house, according to Nolan Wells' mother.
No Cap-tivity.
According to Nolan Wells' mother, Wyatt is the only one of those white boys that have actually stayed at Nolan Wells' house, according to Christine Wells Wansley. So in the letter it's saying Nolan and Wyatt have had animosity for a while. More so Wyatt because, more so Wyatt had animosity because Nolan was laid back. He forgave easy and didn't hold grudges. He was the peaceful friend and the conflict solver in most of his social media group. He had several, maybe 3 separate friend groups. Let's continue reading the rest of that's down below. Here we go. He had 3 separate friend groups. This letter is going around on social media, and people are trying to verify the source and who wrote it. This letter is going around on social media, and people are trying to verify the source and who wrote the letter. Now, remember, we're going to remind you guys what Nolan Wells' mom said, okay? Nolan Wells' mom said that, hey, Wyatt was the one that spent the night. Wyatt actually did spend the night one time at our house. I don't know if she said one time or not.
I go around 13 miles.
Right?
45, I am very...
But Nolan, shout out to my cousin Kaylin. Big shout out to Kaylin. I'll be watching her videos. Shout out, here we go. Where are we at? Okay, let me pull up this video where the family actually sat down with the NAJB, right? And I want to remind y'all what Nolan Wells' mom actually said during this meeting right here. Right? Here we go.
Is and was an incredible soul. He was the person who, no matter where you were in life, or what was going on, he was going to be your biggest cheerleader. And I can attest to that because after COVID, my sister was like, oh, you should do social media. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to do social media. I like to just watch others. And then Nolan was like, no, Mom, you should do it. I'll help you with the videos. I got you. And, just anytime I was like, oh, I just really don't want to do this anymore. Nolan was like, no, Mama, you hadn't posted today. And I'm like, I don't want to post. I'm tired. Yeah. But, you know, that's the kind of person he was. He was God-fearing, God-loving. That boy had faith beyond measure. He was just a bright light. And he was our bright light. As far as that day goes, I went to work and he was making salmon. So he was FaceTiming me as I'm trying to see patients kind of in between, of course, not answering the phone in the room. And he's like, hey, Mom, how does this look? Is this enough season? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? And I was like, okay. I was like, you know, you don't have to do that. And he's like, no, you know, I'm going to take care of it. I was like, okay, sure. And so he finishes cooking, get home. He's like, yeah, what you know about this? And he was, guys, when I tell you, he loved to joke. Like, he was just one of those people. He wanted everyone around him to smile, be happy, feel comfortable and accepted. And that is the kind of person God made him. You know, us as parents, we definitely had that influence, but Nolan was just naturally a peacemaker. Yeah. And so, yeah, after that, it was, you know, 8, and then he got ready to go. He did his normal, hugged us up. I love you, Mom. I was like, you know, be safe, knowing this was going to be his last weekend before going back to school because football was starting, the summer training was starting. And this was his second year at Southwest. And so we knew this was going to be a big year for him. Dad and him had been training and doing all these things and really just kind of sitting with him and letting him know, like, hey, you know, we're going to the next stage in your life as well as, you know, your football career. So the focus was there and he was ready. So he leaves that day. He leaves that day with, he drives his car. Mm-hmm. And he told us kind of a general, like, hey, you know, we're going to go to the island. Like, we knew that, staying at Jack's house. And Jax was a friend I think we've met in passing before. And that's the thing.
Jax was a friend that she feels like she thinks her son met in passing before.
No cap.
So somebody's lying. Jack saying that Nolan was his best friend. Listen, all of these white boys are saying that Nolan was their best friends and like a brother. How could it be possible that Nolan was all of y'all best friend? And then the mother is saying, yeah, Jax she knew on July 4th towards that special occasion that, you know, since all the boys, because Wyatt was going to be there too, you know, she knew that, you know, he was going to be staying at Jack's house. But Jax is just a kid that Nolan had met in passing, right? Here we go.
You know, I always say there's a difference in meeting someone, knowing of someone, and then knowing someone. Knowing implies that we've sat down, we've had discussions about your hopes, your dreams, you know, knowing you, okay, hey, he stayed the night at my house, which Wyatt, one of his friends, he had stayed at our house a couple of times. And then Jax, again, that was one I just made.
Did you hear that? Wyatt did stay at their house a couple of times. Wyatt is a key figure in Nolan Wells' death.
No Cap-tivity.
Wyatt Pyron is a key figure in Nolan Wells' death.
And that's the thing, you know, I always say there's a difference in meeting someone, knowing of someone, and then knowing someone. Knowing implies that we've sat down, we've had discussions about your hopes, your dreams, you know, knowing you, okay, hey, he stayed the night at my house, which Wyatt, one of his friends, he had stayed at our house a couple of times.
Wyatt stayed at their house a couple of times. Wyatt stayed at their house a couple of times. Right? She didn't know Jax like that, but she is admitting that Wyatt Pyron stayed at their house a couple of times. Where is Wyatt Pyron? Wyatt Pyron, where are you? Wyatt Pyron, why haven't you said anything yet? Warren has spoke. Jax has spoke. Morgan Seymour has spoke. But Wyatt has not spoke at all. Wyatt Pyron has not spoken at all.
Knowing implies that we've sat down, we've had discussions about your hopes, your dreams, you know, knowing you, okay, hey, he stayed the night at my house, which Wyatt, one of his friends, he had stayed at our house a couple of times. And then Jax, again, that was one I just maybe saw in passing a few times. There was only a
She said Jax she saw in passing, maybe saw in passing a few times. She doesn't really know Wyatt. Jax. She doesn't really know Jax.
Handful of young men that we actually knew, like he grew up with. And when I say grew up, I'm saying from like first grade, they've known each other all through high school now that they're graduated. And that would be like Jalen and Jayvon, LeBaron. Those are kids that we knew.
This is why Jalen was ready to fight. This is why Jalen was ready to fight once they came to the house. with Tashema, his mom, Tashema Hands. This is why Jalen was so hostile, because they actually grew up with Nolan Wells.
No Cap-tivity.
They actually grew up with Nolan Wells. And this all makes sense. This all makes sense.
So it's been hard seeing all this kind of play out. Yeah. And, these are people that he considered friends. Yes. Dad, I want to ask you, because
these are people that he considered friends. Well, let's zero in more on Wyatt Pyron. Let's get to know the boy by the name of Wyatt Pyron from Mississippi, from Ocean Springs, Mississippi. Who is Wyatt Pyron? Who is Wyatt Pyron? Let's talk about who is Wyatt Pyron. Here we go. Let's talk about who is Wyatt Pyron. Here we go.
Yeah. You can't try me, no captivity. Crazy. I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me, to speak reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be.
So this is Wyatt Pyron, y'all. This person has been missing. This person has been missing, and for some reason they do not want to show their face. For some reason, Wyatt Pyron does not want to show his face. He does not even want to talk. It's insinuated that Wyatt Pyron has a powder problem. He powders his nose a lot and has a very big drug issue. Wyatt Pyron had 2 boats allegedly out on the water that day, July 4th. You would think that the person that actually had 2 boats on the water that day would be very vocal about his friend, Nolan Wells. You would think that Wyatt Pyron, who actually stayed at Nolan Wells' house a couple of times, would be vocal about Nolan Wells. I want y'all to listen to this. Shout out to this young lady, Shayla Sweat. She made a lot of sense. Here we go.
Anyone who. So I know that the current headlines have been, when will Nolan's family turn his phone over to investigators?
Before we do that, let me read another report from the chat. Let's see, who is this? This is Urban Trade. Urban Trade, thank you for your $2 report from the chat. Urban Trade said, Shalom, All About Jazz said she has a video. All About Jazz says she has a video. All you got to do is put it in our Discord. Put it in our Discord under the Nolan Wells info chat section. In our Discord. Join our Discord, and we have a Nolan Wells chat section, and I will check it. No problem. Thank you for that notification. Also, shout out to Alf OJ, $10 report from the chat. Alf OJ said, remember seeing 4 boats trailing one another at fast speeds? Remember seeing 4 boats trailing one another at fast speeds? Were they going to Horn on 4th of July? I'm sorry. Were they going to Horn Island on the 6th of July by a tip? Who tipped? Who tipped? Fast moving would hit a floating body. Fast moving would hit a floating body, right? Unless you knew where to look. That is a fact.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you, Alf OJ. Man, you guys are awesome from the chat. Shout out to all of the reports from the chat. Here we go. I want y'all to pay attention to what this young lady, Shayla Sweat, had to actually say, because she made a lot of sense.
So I know that the current headlines have been, when will Nolan's family turn his phone over to investigators? Anyone who has truly been following this case knows that on July 15th, the family and Benjamin Crump, after a meeting with the DA, held a press conference, and they said that they had agreed to a joint inspection, and we are simply just waiting for the DA's office to set a time and date for that inspection. But what I want to talk about is two things: Jayvon's relationship with Nolan and how Nolan's mom even got his phone.
Shout out to, let's see, shout out to Ma of Deuce. Ma of Deuce.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to Ma of Deuce. Thank you, Ma of Deuce. We appreciate you.
You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
Ma of Deuce, $15 cash cap. She said Wyatt is hiding to avoid talking. Wyatt is hiding to avoid talking. Shout out to you, Ma of Deuce.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for the $15 cash cap. Also, Ma of Deuce, $2 report from the chat said, did you get the cash cap? Just read it, Ma of Deuce. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Ma of Deuce. We appreciate you, Ma of Deuce. Shout out to you. Here we go.
In the first place. The case knows that on July 15th, the family and Benjamin Crump, after a meeting with the DA, held a press conference, and they said that they had agreed to a joint inspection, and we are simply just waiting for the DA's office to set a time and date for that inspection. But what I want to talk about is two things: Jayvon's relationship with Nolan and how Nolan's mom even got his phone in the first place.
Jax was a friend. I think we've met in passing before, and that's the thing. You know, I always say there's a difference in meeting someone, knowing of someone, and then knowing someone. Knowing implies that we've sat down, we've had discussions about your hopes, your dreams, you know, knowing you, okay, hey, he stayed the night at my house, which Wyatt, one of his friends, he had stayed at our house a couple of times.
Are you guys saying?
And then Jax, again, that was one I just maybe saw in passing a few.
Y'all saying y'all can't hardly hear? Let me run it back and try to raise the volume. Here we go. Let me know if y'all can hear now better.
So I know that the current headlines have been, when will Nolan's family turn his phone over to investigators? Anyone who has truly been following this case knows that on July 15th, the family and Benjamin Crump, after a meeting with the DA, held a press conference, and they said that they had agreed to a joint inspection, and we are simply just waiting for the DA's office to set a time and date for that inspection. But what I want to talk about is two things. Jayvon.
Okay, is that better? Can you hear better now? Can you guys hear better now? Let me know if you can hear better now.
So I know that the current headlines have been, when will Nolan's family turn his phone over to investigators? Anyone who has truly been following this case knows that
it's the content creator, Shayla. All of her videos are real low volume, so I don't, but I just tried to turn up her volume. You guys should be able to hear it better now.
So I know that the current headlines have been, when will Nolan's family turn his phone over to investigators? Anyone who has truly been following this case knows that on July 15th, The family and Benjamin Crump, after a meeting with the DA, held a press conference, and they said that they had agreed to a joint inspection. And we are simply just waiting for the DA's office to set a time and date for that inspection. But what I want to talk about is two things: Jayvon's relationship with Nolan and how Nolan's mom even got his phone in the first place.
Jax was a friend. I think we've met in passing before. And that's the thing, you know, I always say there's a difference in meeting someone, knowing of someone, and then knowing someone. Knowing implies that we've sat down, we've had discussions about your hopes, your dreams, you know, knowing you, okay, hey, he stayed the night at my house, which Wyatt, one of his friends, he had stayed at our house a couple of times. And then Jax, again, that was one I just maybe saw in passing a few times. There was only a handful of young men that we actually knew, like he grew up with. And when I say grew up, I'm saying from like first grade, they've known each other all through high school now that they're graduated. And that would be like Jalen and Jayvon, LeBaron. Those are kids that we knew.
And there you have it. Christine Walmsley breaks down her level of knowledge of Nolan's friends. There are some that she says she has met, like I'm sure she has met Trayston Shepard. There are some that she says she knows of, which, you know, she knew of Jack, she knew of Warren, which is why she probably answered her phone at 11 o'clock on July 4th. And then there were some that she felt like she knew. Like she said, she felt like she knew Wyatt. He had spent the night at the house. He had been around the family. So I'm sure that this is pretty shocking and surprising as she watches this unfold, and Wyatt has distanced himself from the family. And when Nolan went missing, he was not the one to call her, considering that.
Did y'all hear that? Wyatt has distanced himself from the family. Wyatt has distanced himself from the family. Are y'all listening? After Nolan Wells got found dead, Wyatt Pyron had distanced himself from the family. Now we have to ask ourselves, why did Wyatt Pyron distance himself? We know that Wyatt is the one out of all the boys that stayed at Nolan's house a couple of times, right? Well, how do we know this? Because Nolan Wells' mom, Christine Wells Walmsley, said so. Here we go.
She felt like he had, you know, she knew of Jack, she knew of Warren, which is why she probably answered her phone at 11 o'clock on July 4th. And then there were some that she felt like she knew. Like she said, she felt like she knew Wyatt. He had spent the night at the house. He had been around the family. So I'm sure that this is pretty shocking and surprising as she watches this unfold, and Wyatt has distanced himself from the family. And when Nolan went missing, he was not the one to call her, considering that she felt like she knew him and he was the captain of the boat.
The captain of the boat. The captain of the boat had 2 boats on the water. He was the only one that stayed at Nolan's house a couple of times. And you don't call Nolan Wells' mom? Listen, remember this. Remember, Warren said that he walked downstairs from talking to Ava's dad, who had the house where they had the pool party. Remember, after they left Horn Island and they came back on land and they went to Ava's house to do the pool party, to go to the pool party. Warren said he went upstairs to talk to Ava's father. And then, remember what Warren said. He came downstairs and just so happened Wyatt was the one talking about Nolan. But Wyatt wasn't even concerned about Nolan. He was just talking nonchalantly about Nolan. And remember, we have repeatedly said on this platform, what exactly was Wyatt saying about Nolan Wells? If anybody was close, if any one of those white boys, and I do say white boys for a reason, was close to Nolan Wells, it was Wyatt, because he actually stayed at Nolan Wells' house. So why wouldn't Wyatt Pyron be the catalyst, right? The main person to actually call Nolan Wells' mom and say, hey, have you seen Nolan? Huh? Because we haven't seen him. I'm getting worried about him. Wyatt has been missing for a long time.
For some that she felt like she knew. Like she said, she felt like she knew Wyatt. He had spent the night at the house. He had been around the family. So I'm sure that this is pretty shocking and surprising as she watches this unfold. And Wyatt has distanced himself from the family. And when Nolan went missing, he was not the one to call her. 11 o'clock on July 4th. And then there were some that she felt like she knew. Like she said, she felt like she knew Wyatt. He had spent the night at the house. He had been around the family. So I'm sure that this is pretty shocking and surprising as she watches this unfold. And Wyatt has distanced himself from the family. And when Nolan went missing, he was not the one to call her, considering that she felt like she knew him and he was the captain of the boat. Then she names Jayvon, Jalen, and Braylon as Nolan's closest childhood friends. So I know that a lot of people are having a problem with Jayvon, and it stems from that silly TMZ interview he did where he said that he did not think that Nolan's unaliving was racially motivated. I had a problem with that interview as well.
I did too.
I'm not going to pretend like I'm a fan of his, but what I will say is we are looking at this from a perspective of more life experience than this young man who is only 18, 19 years old. And as much as his mom likes to hop in the comment section and collect people, I'm hoping that she sat him down and collected him about why he should have never done that TMZ interview. Now let's look at how the Walmsley family got Nolan's phone back.
After we gave our report to Jackson County, the sheriff department that night, we were trying to figure out who to get a report to. We had a friend in the family that located his phone. Mm-hmm. We wasn't there to get the phone, but apparently there was some kind of friction with getting his phone. Yeah. We don't know what the friction was.
So now let's find out what the friction was when a family friend went to go get Nolan's phone.
And they sent me to his house, which that boat had never even been in the water. Wyatt did. I never even really talked to Warren. The whole time I was in the house, I spoke with Wyatt. Wyatt is the one who had the phone that supposedly was in his truck or whoever. But Wyatt is who I talked to. I never talked to Warren. I'm not sure why Warren is doing that. But I turned the camera around directly on Wyatt and told my sister. Outside somewhere. They said it was in the truck. I'm not sure where it was.
I wish we could get that camera footage Tashema Hands actually took of Wyatt and the attitude that he had. Tashema Hands, if you're listening to this, or if anybody can get this footage to Tashema Hands, this video clip, we would love to see that video footage to see the attitude that Wyatt Pyron had on the night of July 4th / morning of July 5th in the wee hours.
It took them at least 15 minutes to bring me the phone. By this time, the boys will start, because Wyatt start getting jazzy at the mouth. So my son, Jayvon, was like, hey, you better watch your tone, like, don't get smart, my mama. Right. Because we trying to see what Nolan, because we trying to figure out why y'all see y'all ass up here chilling and Nolan missing. So that's when I asked again, where's the phone? She's gone. That's when he told me she was going to get it. I said, oh, she must have to go back to Horn Island truck outside. Now, mind you, we had to pass all the cars to walk in the house. It's just it's a bunch of lies. I don't feel the need to, like I said, when they go to mentioning Jayvon, I'm going to say and stand up behind mine every single time. As far as me and that nudge and shit, I don't feel the need to explain anything to any of y'all.
So the family friend that went to go pick up Nolan's phone was Jayvon Williams' mom, Tashema Hams. She is affectionately known as Shema, and I do believe she might have those hands. But it's very interesting that from the very
She didn't just sneak that in there, did she?
Mom, Tashema Hams. She is affectionately known as Shema, and I do believe she might have those hands. But it's very interesting that from the very beginning, they were focusing their attention on Wyatt. Why did Wyatt, who had spent time with the family, seem to be distancing himself and standoffish and not willing to help look for Nolan?
What is going on with Wyatt Pyron? Better yet, here's a better question. Where is Wyatt Pyron? Why has Wyatt Pyron chosen to distance himself from the Wells and Wansley family? If he was the one that actually spent the night at Nolan's house a couple of times, out of all of those other quote unquote so-called friends, Wyatt Pyron was the one to actually spend the night a couple of times. He was also the one that had the most boats in the water on their trip to Horn Island on July 4th. And he was also the captain of the vessels. Why has Wyatt chosen to separate himself? Why? That is the question.
His mom, Tashema Hams. She is affectionately known as Shema, and I do believe she might have those hands. But it's very interesting that from the very beginning, they were focusing their attention on Wyatt. Why did Wyatt, who had spent time with the family, seem to be distancing himself and standoffish and not willing to help look for Nolan? So if you're truly looking for the answer of what happened to Nolan Wells, you're not focused on Jayvon. You're focused on Wyatt.
No Cap-tivity.
Looking for the answer of willing to help look for Nolan. So if you're truly looking for the answer of what happened to Nolan Wells, you're not focused on Jayvon. You're focused on Wyatt.
If you're truly looking for answers to the death of Nolan Wells, you're not looking for Jayvon. You're looking for
the answer of
looking for Wyatt.
Of what happened to Nolan Wells, you're not focused on Jayvon. You're focused on Wyatt.
You're focused on Wyatt Pyron. If you're truly looking for answers on Nolan Xavier Wells, she's saying we should be focused on Wyatt Pyron. Because out of all of those other boys, Wyatt Pyron had the closest relationship to Nolan Wells. Was he super close to Nolan Wells like Jayvon and Jalen? Being that Jayvon and Jalen actually grew up with Nolan Wells, probably not. But out of all of those other boys, his so-called friends, Wyatt was the one, according to Nolan Wells' mother, that spent the night a couple of times with Nolan Wells at his home. He was also, I repeat, he was also the captain of the vessels that he had on the water headed to Horn Island on the day of July 4th. He had the most boats in the water. So we must take a close look at this closely. We must take a close look at Wyatt Pyron and why Wyatt Pyron is so quiet and silent now. What is going on with Wyatt Pyron, y'all? That is the question. That is the question. So, as promised, I also wanted to go over what we were supposed to went over the other night. I wanted to go over with you guys Elliott Connie, a black psych behavior specialist, on his show, on his platform, where he actually interviewed Blackcoon Tatum. Blackcoon Tatum has been so adamant about accusing Nolan Wells' mom and dad of not wanting to hand over the phone because they have something to hide. Well, we know that they don't have anything to hide. We know that Christine Wells Wansley and Elmore Wansley does not have anything to hide, and they had already agreed on July 15th with the district attorney to pass over the phone and to examine the phone together so they can all have a clear understanding of what's really going on with Nolan Wells' phone. Well, Blackcoon Tatum was really the catalyst who started creating this narrative about this phone. Blackcoon Tatum is the one that started demonizing Elmore Wansley and Christine Wells Wansley, and also Ben Crump, and accusing them of not wanting to turn over the phone because they had something to hide. Well, Elliott Connie actually had Blackcoon Tatum on his show. And I want y'all to see how this actually went. Okay? Here we go. Yeah, it's kind of loud. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. There we go.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to today's episode of Elliott Connie Live. Before I say anything else, I want to
remember we're ready to read all of the reports from the chat. We are ready to read all of the reports from the chat. Shout out to everybody that's been reporting from the chat. If you would like to get your comments read and highlighted, you can either do so by Super Cap, aka Super Chat, or Cash Cap, aka Cash Cap, to $Freezy No Cap, or the PayPal is No Cap-tivity with Freeze. And I want to apologize to everybody that's been sending PayPals or Cash Cap. I just cut the volume up on my notification for the Cash Cap and the PayPal. So if whoever sends a PayPal or a Cash Cap, you will hear the notification close to the microphone. We have read all the reports from the Cash Cap side and the PayPal side thus far, but I apologize, okay, for the delay. But we do have the notification sound up for the Cash Cap and the PayPal for anybody that will be sending Cash Cap or PayPal. soon. We appreciate you. Let's get to the show.
Let's say thank you guys so much for being here and supporting.
Shout out to Kicking Wisdom, $5 report from the chat. Kicking Wisdom said, did y'all not hear the lawyer say that this stuff was causing confusion between neighbors? Did y'all not hear the lawyer say that this stuff was causing confusion between lawyers?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you, sis. Shout out to you. We appreciate you. Here we go.
Me and supporting my platform, my mission, and my purpose. We have a cool conversation scheduled for today, something I've been looking forward to doing for a good while.
Let's speed this up.
It's gonna be cool. We're gonna have a good talk and hopefully get some things out in the open in a way that is positive and productive. But before we get to that, I need everybody to do me a favor. One of the best ways you can support people like myself is to simply subscribe. So if you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button.
Shout out to Elliot Connie.
If you're watching on Facebook, hit the
subscribe to
button.
Elliot Connie.
Like this video, like this video, like this video. It doesn't cost you a single thing, but means the former police officer and brand. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Now today's guest is former police officer Brandon Tatum, currently one of the leading voices in the right-wing movement here in America. And he has been controversial at times, but I think it's time to have a very appropriate conversation. So everybody, let's welcome Mr. Brandon Tatum. How you doing, Mr. Tatum?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on.
No problem. I appreciate you being here, man. So I'd like to get started by asking about your origin of how you started developing conservative ideas.
Yeah, I think that's a good starting point. You know, I grew up in a
Oh, shout out to you, Adrian. You say you sent another PayPal? Okay, I'm about to read it right now, Adrian. Thank you. And thank you for reminding me. I appreciate y'all. Let's see. Adrian, another PayPal. Shout out to you, Adrian. Adrian, thank you, Adrian. We appreciate you. Adrian, let me put my password back in again. Okay, Adrian sent another PayPal for $5. Thank you, Adrian, for the PayPal, the $5 PayPal. Adrian said, remember Morgan said that Wyatt called the police when he found out they were on the way to his house. Yes, I remember Morgan said that Wyatt called the police when he found out they were on the way to his house. Wyatt is pussy. Oh.
No Cap-tivity.
Shit, Wyatt is pussy. Warren said while at Jack's, they got shooketh and passed him the phone. Warren is the shit talker. I'm telling you why Wyatt needed the phone. Jack's home on Horn. Jack's home is on Horn. Shout out to you, Adrian. Adrian, shout out to you. We appreciate you. For the $5 PayPal, like I said, we do have the notifications up now. So anybody that sends a PayPal or a cash cow, we will hear it. Here we go.
All black neighborhood. I grew up.
I'd like to get started by asking.
So he's about to give his black card. All right. Like all the black coons do and the house ninjas, they're going to give their black card, you know, just to validate their blackness.
About your origin of how you started developing conservative ideas.
Yeah, I think that's a good starting point. You know, I grew up in an all-black neighborhood. I grew up around people who believed the Democrat Party was the only party sustainable for the black community. It wasn't until I got saved in 2008 that I started to open my mind more. And when I became a police officer, that's when I became more conservative. Looking at the policy positions of the Democrat Party and realizing, oh, wait a minute, I don't agree with any of these policy positions. Standing for what's right when it comes to God, standing for, you know, secure borders, standing for, you know, you name it, what the Republican platform is all about. Lean more towards what I believe.
Why do people equate the Republican Party with God? Like, it's so stupid to me, you know. It's stupid. You know, oh, the Republican Party is about God. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Ben Carson was one of the leading voices that I felt I identified with the most. And it really opened my eyes to realizing that I'm more of a...
Thank you, Luna, for putting Elliot Connie's link in the chat. And shout out to all the mods that's been working in the chat. Shout out to all of the working mods in the chat. Shout out to Luna Wolf, Scarlett Morgani, Malika Williams, Red Scholar. Shout out to all of the mods that's been working in the chat. We appreciate y'all. Shout out to Gina Dallas Diva, everybody that's been working in the chat. Shout out to, I haven't seen Big Bad Bull, but shout out to all of y'all.
I'm more of a conservative than I am considered a Democrat or a liberal. And then when I looked at the historical context of the Democrat Party, that also inspired me to realize that I don't even know why black people ever support the Democrat Party. When you look at the history of it, the history back in slavery, the non-support or the fickle support of black people, 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, you go to the Civil Rights Movement, you name it. I feel like the Democrat Party has not been sufficient for black people.
And you said you grew up in a predominantly black area, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the Fort Worth Stop 6 area, correct?
Well, I grew up in multiple areas. I went to school at Dunbar High School, Paul Laurence Dunbar, named after famous black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar. But I went to Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, which was right in Stop 6. We lived in Eastwood, which was down the street with my grandma for a couple years. And it wasn't that we needed to; we had to. My daddy was in my life. My mama was good. Like we weren't poor or anything. It just so happened that we lived in those areas. One reason I went to Dunbar was because we wanted to excel in sports, and so we ended up transferring from Crowley to Dunbar. So yeah, I lived in a lot of different areas, man. We lived in middle class areas. We lived in poor areas. I had a very diverse upbringing.
I don't know if you know this or not, but I went to college not too far away from there, Texas Wesleyan University.
Oh yeah. I looked you up, man. So
that's very close to where you are.
Yeah.
So before this 2008 that you were just referring to, would you have identified as a Democrat before that?
Yeah, I identified as a Democrat, but I wasn't really into politics. It's just growing up black, you're a Democrat. And Republicans are racist white people, and that's what was internalized in me as I was growing up, and so that's how I felt. But man, I didn't vote. I wasn't really involved as much. It wasn't until I got to college and I became a cop that I started really thinking like, I need to vote. I need to be a productive member of society. Black people die for the right to vote, and me sitting on the sideline not getting involved in politics is a disservice. So that's pretty much how I started to vote and get involved.
Make sure y'all hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. Let's move the awareness of Nolan Wells' investigation up into the algorithm. The like button is right below the video, right next to the share button. And shout out to everybody that's subscribed. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe now and make sure you hit that notification bell. Thank you.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to the sponsor of tonight's show so far, Angela Stanley. $40 sponsorship to be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show. It has to be $40 or more. Can anybody take over the sponsorship? Let's get it.
Was there a particular moment, or was it an evolution where you were just like, the Republican ideals seem to be more in line with me and who I am?
Well, it was an evolution because I grew up, and I would say when I was growing up, I was racist. I didn't really like white people like that. We never was around white people, and I had a very negative connotation. I didn't like police officers. First time I got an interaction with a police officer, I was 8. I got arrested for smoking weed in a vacant house with my cousins. And
as an 8-year-old?
8-year-old, yeah. I stopped smoking weed when I was 8, actually. But
when did you start?
Probably around when I was 6, 7. Smoking weed with my cousins.
All right.
And
all right. So you stopped at 8. Okay.
Because I got arrested. We went to juvenile.
That explains why some of the wires might be off in Black Coon Tatum's head.
No Cap-tivity.
We didn't spend a lot of time in there, but we ended up getting arrested. Went to juvenile detention. We stayed there for the majority of the day. My daddy came in there like he was in the WWE, saying he's gonna kill us and everything. And that changed my life. It's a whole story around that because anyway, moving forward. So I grew up with that perspective, and when I left high school and went to college, I had an opportunity to be around white people in real life, and I realized that, wait a minute, I don't think white people are as racist or as punitive towards black people. It appears to me when I was in college, they didn't even care. It was a non-starter of racism when I went to the University of Arizona. It was nothing there. And so I began to realize, well, the world is bigger, things are much different. I've been in an isolated box, being taught something that I think is not really reality. And I got saved, and then I quit worrying about race. Race became irrelevant when I got saved. When I gave my life to Christ, I don't only look at people based on the color of their skin. I look at people based on their character. I look at people based on who they are, who they present themselves to be. I believe that we're all God's children, and that the color of your skin is irrelevant.
As soon as y'all send a report from the chat, we stopping this abruptly to read the reports. Let's see. Shout out to Jen 9950, and also we have the PayPal notifications on and the Cash Cap notification. And I apologize. We have read them all, but I apologize about the delay. Shout out to Jen 9950. $10 report from the chat said, if you look at the pool party, Katie has the same bathing suit. If you look at the pool party, Katie has the same bathing suit. I don't think this girls share bathing suits. Pink, THBS, what does THBS mean? Pink suit looks Katie. If you zoom into if you zoom into Nolan Wells' shade, you can see a dark-skinned boy on a boat. You can see a dark-skinned boy on a boat. Appreciate you. I'm going to look up what THBS means. Somebody tell me what THBS mean in the chat.
And so moving from that point, I get to policing, and then a lot of times the guys that on the police department, they challenge me. They're like, hey, do you believe in that? I'm like, no, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in this LGBTQ movement. I don't mind people doing what they want to do with their own time with who they love, but the movement, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with pushing it on people, different things like that. I believe in lower taxes. I believe in, that we were founded on Judeo-Christian values in this nation, and that we are a Christian nation that's very tolerable to other religions and perspectives, but we are a Christian nation. All of our founders were believers. Most of our founders were avid believers. Most of our early scientists were believers. So I understood the perspective. I studied Africana studies in college, Black history.
Was that your major?
That was my minor. I had a thematic minor, so I was studying Africana studies as my minor, but I happened to need 2 classes, so I had to throw sign language in another class in and create a thematic minor. So
Gotcha.
my minor ended up being thematic, but majority of my minor was Africana studies.
So where'd you go to college?
University of Arizona.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I hope I'm not getting off topic. That's kind of where it led. And being challenged on the police department by some of my friends, and I'm like, I don't believe in that. They're like, well, that's what the Democrats believe. And then for the first time in my life, I actually looked at what the Republicans believe, because I never even considered them. They were racist white people.
Okay, here we go. I found out what it means. Shout out to you, Jen, because I want to read your super cow right. Okay, that having been said, okay, you said pink, that having been said, suit looks Katie. I thought that having been said, if you zoom into Nolan Wells' shade, you can see a dark-skinned boy on the boat. Here we go.
Then I started looking at the platform. I went to a Trump rally, and not because I supported him, because I wanted to hear what he had to say. I really supported Ben Carson. And then I realized I do agree with these things. I do agree. Right. I love my country and all these other things. And I'm like, I believe I'm more Republican.
Got you. And so before that, you were just Democrat by default. This is what I grew up around. Yep. I didn't really explore anything else. I was just birthed into this. Here I am as a Democrat.
Yep.
Okay. So recently, I've become aware of your work. And I wasn't really aware of you up until recently, and have been following you and paying attention to some of the things you've been saying, posting, et cetera, et cetera. And there are a few questions that I'd like to ask you about some of the messages you have. Now, I want to be very, very clear. I do not agree with a lot of the things that you say, but in my opinion, that's perfectly fine. People can disagree. You're allowed to have whatever opinion you'd like to have. I'm allowed to have whatever opinion I'd like to have. But I'm a psychotherapist, and I've been a psychotherapist for 20 years. So I hear things through a very particular lens as a result of being a psychotherapist and the experiences I've had through those 20 years. And that has led me to want to ask you a few questions about some of this content. Are you okay with that?
100%.
Okay. Because one of the things I'd like to start with, are you familiar with the term naive reality?
I can deduce what it means, but I'm not familiar with that specific term scientifically.
Well, so I want to use the term clinically. Like some of the terms that we use, I want to use the term clinically. And it's the psychological phenomenon when people believe their own perception of reality is the only objective one. So when I watch you, and particularly on like the Jubilee interview, for example, and someone gives you data, you often respond with your own subjective reality. And it made me want to ask you, what do you think of the idea of naive reality, of the idea of the concept naive reality? Now, naive reality, I don't mean to call you naive, like that's why I want to be clear. I'm using the clinical label, like that's the word that we use.
I get it. I don't agree that I live in that reality. I think I'm pretty practical. When someone's giving me statistical data points that's unverified, I can't just run with it just because they said it. And if you look at some of the Jubilee footage, people were claiming all kind of things and they got fact-checked and they were wrong. Some of the things that they said about Booker T. Washington, the guy who said he was an educator, and it lied about, flat out lied or had honestly mixed up statements from Booker T. Washington's book, Up From Slavery. And then he goes and says it, and I can't go and verify it on the spot. And when others bring up statistical data points from studies that I haven't been able to verify, it's impossible for me to go and make an argument about something that's unverifiable. And I think that you would know in any argument that you would make or any discussion that you would have, if I come up and give something that you can't validate or verify, you either concede to it or you say, look, I object to the premise. I have education that leads me to believe certain things that's counter to things that was presented during the show, and I express that. I don't think that my reality is the only reality. I know I got a lot of friends that don't agree with me. People forget I'm still black. My whole family is black. And we don't always agree. We have spirited discussions.
I forget this guy is black all the time. On
certain things. I don't think my dad agreed with some of the things that I say. I think he agreed with most of it, but we have spirited discussions on this. I don't live in an echo chamber where I'm the only one that have a reality that everybody has to bow down to. And so I just disagree, and I think it's fine for us to disagree. The problem that I do have is when people say that somehow I'm not black because we have a difference of agreement, or somehow I can't handle the truth, or I hate my own skin, and I'm gonna sell out Uncle Tom bootlicker because I have a difference of opinion.
What if Black Coon Tatum is not a sellout bootlicker? Who is? That's what I want to know. Who is if he's not?
In reality, a lot of black people have a difference of opinion. We're not all monolithic in our thought process. I think Thomas Sowell has a very different perspective than other economists who are black. We go down the list. Our current, and I would say one of the most honorable Supreme Court justices, Clarence Thomas, I bet him and Thurgood Marshall have a difference of opinion. I don't think either one of them are invalidated because of their opinions. And so that's the point that I have contention with. A lot of things that I said on there was based on evidence, based on research, and based on my own lived experience.
So You said earlier that when someone presents you with data that you can't verify, it's hard to argue with. Correct? Did I catch that right?
It's not fair to make a debate argument on unverified data because you're arguing from a false premise. So I can't concede to something and I haven't verified, because people do lie and people do tell half truths, and I haven't had a chance to evaluate the study. Right? If you gave me a study and I haven't been able to look at it or verify it, how then will I give you a fair enough argument in return? So I don't want to argue something that I haven't been able to verify. And most of those individuals were just making up stuff.
So how would you be able to determine if someone is somebody that you could listen to versus not? Like, for example, I'm a very credible psychotherapist. I've been trained. I've been doing this a long time. So if I said something, and I'll just give you an irrelevant point that will be accurate, but a relevant point. If I said to you, the counseling field was created in Boston, Massachusetts by a group of individuals that wanted to help people find job placements. That's a fact. I'm going to guess you didn't know that because you're not a trained psychotherapist. Like, at what point do you say, I can listen to that data point, even though that's the first person I've heard say that data point? I don't have to go fact check it. I can listen to that data point.
Yeah. So just when it comes to you, I think you may be credible, but I think you are biased. And the reason I say that is because of some of the critiques you've had of me in previous videos. Without even meeting me or knowing me or interviewing me, you made some suggestions about who I was, and I thought it was unfair. However,
no, he made criticism about you and he made observations about you because he's a psychotherapist, you idiot. What is he talking?
No Cap-tivity.
He doesn't need to actually meet you in person. Now he's sounding like a little spoiled kid, like a little sore kid. Bro, he's a psychotherapist. He doesn't need to meet you in person. He psychoanalyzed your BS.
If you make a statement of fact, I don't have a reason to believe that it's different because I don't have any basis to argue it. Like, for instance, you gave me that statistical data point, or not data point, but you gave me that factual reality. I have not read or heard or have any reason to doubt what you said. Now, if you said that counseling and therapy was generated to make sure black people would never make it in life, then we're going to have an argument about it or a conversation about it, because that does not seem to be practical in reality, and I've never heard it, and I've never heard anybody argue that. So I may push back on it. That doesn't mean that you can't prove me wrong. It's just that some things I may push back if it sounds nonsensical or not rooted in reality.
But see, that's where I think the term naive reality fits here, because I might say something like, and I'll go with your example, I might say the field of therapy and counseling was created to hold black people back. And you might say, that seems nonsensical to me, without acknowledging my expertise for being in that space. Like, I am in a position to say that as a fact, even if it seems contrarian to what you would have thought.
Well, Elliot, think about this. I'm a former police officer. I did the job for many years. I'm very proficient at what I did. Many commendations. You know, you can go down, so on and so forth. You can ask anybody who ever worked with me. I was a very good police officer. Just because I'm a police officer don't mean that everything I say pertaining to law enforcement is correct.
I don't believe that.
It doesn't mean that everything, I mean that you have to accept it.
I don't think, especially amongst black folk, I don't think he was a very good police officer. I think he was very problematic as a police officer, to be honest with you.
Maybe I'm wrong about some things. I'm open to that. But just because I have credentials in the field, it doesn't mean that you have to concede to everything that I say. And so I think that if I say something to you that you think is invalid, or you don't think is rooted in factual reality, or that you have contrary facts, it's okay to challenge me on it. And I don't think that you should just go off everything I say at face value, and I'm not going to go off everything you say at face value if it contradicts what my lived experiences are and my research have shown. And then we have a debate on that. You know, like when it comes to policing in America. I mean, there's Harvard research that have been done that determined very clearly by a black man who is now alienated. I forget his name. We can look it up. But, you know, he made a very distinct finding that there is no bias in policing against black people disproportionately. And that person was shunned. He was Harvard educated. One of the most.
I remember that guy. And some things came out about that guy that did that research too, right? Some other things came out about that guy. So y'all telling me to check my email. I can't check my email right now in the middle of the show. I will check it as soon as I get to it. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Intelligent young man that's not even a conservative. And when he makes statements like that, coupled with my lived experience as a police officer, I begin to realize, well, maybe people are projecting a reality on law enforcement that's not necessarily true because of their own biases. So you have statistical data and research that contradicts some of the research that the gentleman presented to me on Jubilee. I think his name was Ronald Fryer. I think it's Ronald Fryer. I think his name is. But anyway, people can look that up if they want.
But see, that's the interesting thing, which is why I'm so interested in talking to you about these points, because when you say those kinds of things, like there's a Harvard researcher that says X, Y, or Z. I'm going to be very honest with you. I did a year, because you're familiar with this area. I did a year working with and training and riding out with the Arlington Police Department as a clinician, teaching them how to talk to. You're probably familiar with the Victims Assistance Unit, so teaching them how to talk to victims of violent crime. I did all of those experiences. I'm very aware with certain research, and I'm very aware with police biases. If I present information to you, there's something about you that holds on to your already held idea.
Not really. I mean, let's do it. We'll do a point now. I mean, what did you observe when you were on the ride along? Did you observe racial biases? That
not only did I observe it, but the police. One of the things that I really enjoyed about the Arlington Police Department was the Arlington Police Department is one of the only police departments in the state of Texas in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I believe there were three at the time. I don't know what there is now, but it's one of the only police departments in this area that required a bachelor's degree. So we would have very, very like intellectual conversations. And not only did I observe it, I observed police officers calling each other out on it, and I observed police officers acknowledging it and addressing it.
And acknowledging racial bias in policing?
100%, yes.
And can you give me an example of when you were on a ride along that this occurred? And what was the scenario?
I can absolutely give you an example. Are you familiar with
and also, I would love for you to do this, and we can do it offline. If you can give me the police officer.
This guy is basically trying to ignore that there's racial bias when it comes to policing. That's crazy to me. As if Rodney King, the incident with Rodney King didn't happen, right? Me, myself, I have experienced racial bias, right? I've had to make police reports. I've had to actually write up the police, not police reports, but I've had to make a report. I've had to report the police because of my own experiences with the police being racially motivated. So I don't understand what this guy is talking about.
That you wrote along with, because I would love to communicate with that person, because I have never had a conversation with a cop that have made mention of some of that he witnessed or was involved in racial bias.
He's saying there's no cop that has racial bias. There's no cop that is a part of extremist groups that also has joined the police force in their local area. That's crazy. No cop is racist. It's crazy to me.
On the police department while having a ride along. But
no. Okay, before I do that, I want to say clinically, you're doing the thing that we would judge clinically that I'm talking about right now. This thing that we're talking about, this night. Hold on,
I just said present it to me. I'm not saying it's wrong.
No, I got you. I'm going to explain exactly what I mean in a minute. Like
But Elliot, is it unfair for me to say I have never heard of this? Can you please give me the example that you presented? I never said you were wrong. I just said I want to hear the example.
Well, let him explain.
I'm going to explain the concept, and then I'm going to 100% respond to your question.
Damn.
Because the concept, right? This idea that we're talking about here, this like reality thing, this naive reality, it's usually held by people that are in authoritarian positions, that their identity is attached to their position, and they're getting social rewards for holding that position. When that happens, hold on, I'm going to make this point, and then I'm going to respond to you. When that happens, your brain, not you, Brandon, but like the human brain, experiences a threat. They experience like the conflict in my previously held idea, not as a new idea. They experience that new idea as an existential threat. Because if I accept that thing to be true, then a lot of my other arguments fall apart.
But Elliot, can I interject? I think you're alluding that this is me. I don't have an attachment. I'm not a police officer anymore. I'm an entrepreneur. So I don't have an attachment. If a cop is wrong, they wrong. It doesn't hurt me if a cop is wrong and go to jail for racial biases. Me and you can go to the police department together and let's fight against racist cops doing things they ain't supposed to do. I'm with you on that, brother. We can do it together.
I would gladly march into any police department you wanted to and hold them accountable. I'm not saying
this cop that you had the experience.
Do you really think that Black Coon Tatum would actually march into a police department and protest racism in the police department? I mean, come on, man. Does he really expect us to believe that? Come on, Tatum. Let's be for real, man.
Needs to be held accountable.
I'm going to get to that in a second. But what you're not doing, which in my opinion clinically fits with this idea of naive reality, is you are saying things like, I've been a cop for 6 years, or however many years you said, I've been a cop for several years, whatever it was. I have never seen or heard about racial bias showing up in policing. When there is a significant documented
what you're saying, I'm telling you what my experience is, and you said you have an example of this. I just want you to present the example to me. I'm not saying that it don't exist. I told you what my experiences are, and you have an experience different than mine, and I'm asking you to present the experience to me.
It's the psychology, you know, in the conversation. Black Coon Tatum is always trying to gaslight you. And that's how Black Coon Tatum tries to maintain his Black Coon platform, right? He has to gaslight black people. For one, he thinks that he's intelligent and he's not. And furthermore, people actually see through a lot of this BS that Black Coon Tatum is talking.
So I can learn.
So I'm going to present the experience, and then I want to see what happens to your ability to digest this reality.
Okay.
Are you familiar? So I remember one of the officers' name, actually, even though this was like 20 years, this was the very beginning of my career. This was about 20 years ago, but I remember one of the officers' names because he ended up getting very famous doing something else. So are you familiar with the name? No. Are you familiar with the name Ronnie Coleman?
Yeah, Ronnie Coleman, bodybuilder.
the greatest bodybuilder of all time. I'm familiar with him as a bodybuilder, but I met him as a police officer. Did you know he was a police officer at the Arlington Police Department?
Yes.
I was doing a ride along with a veteran police officer, and we had to go. So my job was to go with the police on scene when there was a violent potential crime. There's a violent crime scene anywhere, and most people don't know this, so I'll go ahead and say this. About 90 to 95% of police calls are domestic violence. So it was just constant violent domestic violence. This one particular call was somebody took their life, and we had to go talk to the people that were in the setting where it happened. I was with a veteran police officer, white guy, when we went out and did it. When we got onto the scene, there was a newer, rookie, white guy, police officer, that was talking very, very aggressively and disrespectfully to kids in the area who happened to be all black.
Well, wait a minute. Do you think that he was talking to them because they were black, or they just happened to be black?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
When we showed up, the veteran white police officer and myself showed up. He reprimanded this officer and talked to him about, you were only talking to those kids in that way due to your own biases, and they had a lengthy conversation about it. The very next day, when they had the roll call at the police department, they involved Ronnie Coleman. Those of you who might be listening who don't know Ronnie Coleman's black. They involved Ronnie Coleman, and they all had a conversation with this officer, who then acknowledged that his previous experiences have caused a bias to lead to him conversating with those kids in that way. So that is a clear, concrete example where it happened. The very thing you're saying doesn't happen.
No, I didn't say it does not happen. I said I have never had the experience with somebody telling me that or experiencing it myself.
Of course you
haven't. Now, here's
haven't.
the thing. This would probably shock your mind. I don't think that policing is without fault. I know that there's people who are on the police department that are racist. I've never experienced it. I know there's people who are insensitive to race. I know that there's people who are dirtbags. I work with some of them that were dirtbags and they got fired, and nobody hates them more than other police
what is he
officers. So
talking
I'm not
about
here telling
then?
you that there's no such thing as racism. I'm just saying it's so infrequent that I have never experienced it. But you have your experiences. He was reprimanded by another white officer, and his behavior changed. So what that tells me—
I didn't say his behavior changed. I did not say his behavior changed.
Well, if his behavior didn't change, then he shouldn't be a police officer anymore, correct?
He might not be. I was there for a year.
Well, we need to find out, because if somehow he was— See, here's the thing that I think is pertinent to digest as well, is a person can have an opinion about the way you treat another person and project that it's race-related, and when it's not. He said that he felt his previous behaviors were wrong in the way he treated the young people, correct? When Ronnie Coleman showed up to the meeting. So that means that he acknowledged he was wrong. The other officer called him out when he saw it happen. That means that if his behavior continues that way, he should not be a police officer anymore.
I agree with you.
And if this— what I'm saying is that you're showing
why
me—
does Blackcoon Tatum always
check and
repeat
balance
himself?
that happen in real time.
Anybody
Meaning
ever notice that?
Unchecked behavior is not something that's prevalent. If most officers do not partake in racial biases towards people, it makes officers sick to their stomach, and they hate it with a passion. So therefore, when you see another officer do something incorrect to people in the community, they will get on there fast, and it happens. What I'm telling you is that you can say that there's things that occur. I agree with you, but that you just showed me an example of how most officers are unaccepting to stuff like that. Racial bias in policing is unacceptable to most officers.
Okay, I want to be very, very clear about this point. After I presented you
Racial bias is unacceptable to most officers. How can he verify that? He just wants us to take his word for it. How can Tatum verify that? That's what I want to know. He's just making these bold claims on the behalf of police officers. How can you verify that?
You can't. You softened your position, which is fine.
I didn't soften my position. I never had a position that somehow you were wrong.
Okay, fine. We can go back and watch the replay. But my follow-up question to this is,
right.
I am one person with my own subjective experience. You asked me to give you a concrete example. I gave you one. You have your own subjective experience where you're saying, I was a police officer for this amount of time. I never saw it. And then you're making a very bold claim saying, I think most officers are disgusted by this and most officers are good officers. What would someone have to present to you to say, wow, racial bias in policing is actually a bigger issue than I previously thought? Because there is data to that
I'm telling you, I'm not saying that racial bias is not in policing. We've already
No, I
established
said a major problem.
No, when you say major, to me, that means that a person that have served in the police department, you've done a few ride-alongs, I've done thousands because I was a cop in the car. I dealt with people on a daily basis. I'm talking about hundreds of arrests, thousands of traffic stops, and you name it. I've had so much experience, and I know a lot of officers. And I'm telling you that with my experience personally, plus officers that I've talked to, it does not appear that racial bias is prevalent. You, as a clinician, just gave an example.
That's
and the example
your
you chose
anecdotal
was that you
experience, bro. That's your anecdotal experience. And you're a black coon, so why would we even believe you? Huh?
A rookie officer who doesn't have a lot of experience getting chastised by another officer who were both white because he was inappropriate in the way he treated young black men or young black kids on a call. So I'm telling you my experience, and even in your experience, it validates what I'm saying. It's so not prevalent that you can't even witness it happen without somebody checking them over it. And therefore—
That's not what I said. You asked me for one example. I gave you an example.
But the example you gave me, to me, I'm assuming that you would give me a pretty prominent, egregious example. But even an example that you gave me, you're alluding to the fact that he was chastised by another senior officer who was white, not a black.
He was called out for sure. He was called out by white.
And that's why I'm saying most cops are not in the business of being racist. And when we see our officers doing things they shouldn't do, majority of the cops will call people out on this. It's not acceptable in policing for you to be racist towards people. It's not acceptable. Now, there are people that do it, but that's not acceptable. It's not like your chief is going to watch you do something racist and go, yeah, that's totally fine. No.
Cops do racist things all the time, right? Even indirectly we see it in the numbers. We see it in the arrests. Black people get arrested way more than any other race of people in America. And it just so happened that black folk are the most exonerated. This is crazy, man. Black folk are the most, they're the most arrested, but they're the most exonerated. They're the most wrongfully convicted, the most wrongfully arrested. And person could even have a gun, right, towards police officers, and police officers do not shoot the white assailants. But when it comes to black people, police officers have been very quick to even gun down a black person, even if they don't have a gun, even if it just looks like police officers are way more trigger happy towards black Americans than any other race. So how is he making these statements? And it seems like he's just so informed. He's just being willfully obtuse and just doesn't want to actually admit the truth when it comes to racial bias towards black folk in comparison to any other race. It's crazy.
The community is not accepting it. Other black officers won't accept it, and good white officers will not accept it in policing. So it's rare.
But it's
not rare. It happens all the time.
It's according to data, according to research.
Right.
It's not rare. I can give
research
you
that I just explained to you from Fryer, from Harvard, a Harvard professor who did a research document and posted that his findings, and they didn't even want him to present his findings, and they hated him over it, that his findings were that there is no biases when you look at the numbers against blacks in policing.
I'm going to post, when we post this video, I'm going to post more research. And my question to you is, will you observe and attend to research that is not a part of your or my subjective experience?
100%. I wrote a book on this stuff. Let me give you a couple examples. Do you think that
No.
Chauvin... Okay.
I want to hear your...
Anybody got opinions, or if you want to report from the chat, we're going to stop the video abruptly once we see the reports from the chat. Let's get it.
Or your example.
Shout out. If you want your comments read and highlighted, you can either do so by Super Cap, Cash Cap, or PayPal. The Cash Cap and the PayPal are posted on the live stream.
I want to hear your response clearly. Will you accept data that is beyond just subjective experience and is developed by people that research this?
I just told you that the Harvard professor had his data. I accept all data.
Okay,
but I'm articulating to you that there's counter data to saying that there's implicit bias in policing to a large degree, racism against blacks. I just showed you there's counter data. I accept everybody's data.
But why are you giving more weight? Why are you giving this? Because speaks to the very bias I'm talking about. You're giving more weight to this study versus the contrarian idea.
No. There's a study, right, that I observed. There's two studies. There's a pro and against. And then I have to go off my own experience. So based on...
That's not how learning happens.
No. If you got a study, right, you have a study. Just give both of them credit to say they both are correct. Subjectively. They both have a subjective perspective here. Both of them are correct. Now, how am I going to choose who's right and who's wrong in this? It has to go down to what are my experiences, and does my experiences as a law enforcement officer and all of the officers that I know match one of these experiences?
That's not accurate.
Not unless you're saying one is right and one is wrong.
That is not accurate.
Are you saying that the Harvard study is wrong?
That is not what I'm saying.
Okay, then we're assuming, I'm conceding that both of them are subjectively correct. And whatever research they...
You got to let me explain how research is consumed. Research is absolutely not one is right and one is wrong. That's not how research is consumed.
Exactly. Subjective, because they have subjective truths.
No, let me explain, because I'm trying to explain to you how research is consumed, because it's not a matter of one research study being right and one research study being wrong. There are many factors in the research study, meaning what kind of study was it? Was it a double-blind research study, which is the gold standard? Was it a meta-analysis, which compares all kinds of research? How many...
Ooh, shout out to Elliot Connie running it down. Come on, man. Shout out to Elliot Connie running it down. This guy he doesn't know how to just shut up, be quiet, and let a true professional school him on research analysis. He wants to be a know-it-all, and he thinks he knows more than the average black person because he thinks white people like him and he's more accepted by white people by the average black person because he's a black coon.
subjects. Is it one research study being right, one research study being wrong? There are many factors in the research study, meaning what kind of study was it? Was it a double-blind research study, which is the gold standard? Was it a meta-analysis, which compares all kinds of research? How many subjects were in that research? Research is weighted, so it's not just like one is right and one is wrong.
No.
You can absolutely have two
understand
studies saying contrarian things, but one of them did far more rigorous things to get their response, and that matters.
Yeah, but you can also, and I agree with you, research can be wrong too. People can have malicious reasons to do research and have imperfect findings because they've intended it to be that way. I'm conceding to the fact that both of these research data points are objectively in good faith presented to the public. What I'm telling you is that you asked me why do I lean more towards one than the other. I'm conceding that they both are fair, but then I have to go off of my lived experience. Let me give you an example. If you've been a clinician doing your job for 20 plus years, you have a study that says that black people are not treated poorly whatsoever in your field, and you have one that says black people are treated imperfectly all the time, more consistently. You give them both fair weight as if these are good faith attempts to present information. You have to then rely on your personal experience to say
that is, you keep saying that is not
weighs
accurate.
more.
No, that's not true. How can you have to then rely on your personal anecdotal? No, you don't. No, you don't. This guy is dumb. Tay Dumb is so appropriate for his new nickname. You don't. Shout out to Bridget for her $10 report from the chat. Bridget said, showing support to shut his black coon mouth up for a minute.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to you, Bridget. Showing support to shut his black coon mouth up for a minute. Shout out to you, sis.
Like,
well, I'm going to tell you.
For instance, I have never experienced racial encounters on the police department ever by any of the officers. Most of the officers that I know that work in primarily black neighborhoods on the Georgia police officers, I actually mentored one of them. They're saying the same thing, that no, dude, majority of our encounters are not racist encounters. My white colleagues are not racist against black people. It's a rare thing to happen. So all of the people I know, all of the experience I have, when I look at the two data points, objectively, I'm saying that I believe in the Harvard study, a professor who did an incredible study, who balanced and weighed all of the data. I'm saying that I lean more towards believing what he's saying because that's also my experience.
Due to time, I have one more question I'm going to ask you, so we're going to move on to a different subject. But I am going to make this point about research. I am a consumer and producer of research. My entire field is based upon evidence-based research. I have to read it constantly to do my work. So if I read a study that says something like a particular therapeutic intervention is useful, and then another study that says that same particular therapeutic intervention...
Elliot is saying, this is my field. How you going to tell me? Just shut up.
Is not useful.
Just shut up for a second, Black Coon Tatum. I do this, and you don't.
You are making the argument that I have to go on my own lived experience. But that is not true. Hold on, I'm making a point, and then we're moving on to the next topic.
Okay.
You're making the argument that now I have two contrarian but credible research studies saying different things. So now I have to rely on my own personal experience. And the truth is, I have to go into the study and say, how many subjects did they have?
We're not to that point. I'm not saying an illegitimate study. I'm saying two legitimate studies from different perspectives.
I'm saying legitimate studies still have different levels. Do you know what power ranking is? Legitimate studies have power rankings. So
yes, but you do not know if the study that I'm referring to, the Harvard study, is more powerful or less powerful than the one that you presented. So what I'm saying is, let's just give both.
So you don't know that the study. But that's not how that works. You don't know. You don't know the other studies.
Well, let's do this. Let's both evaluate both of them. Then we'll come back and say which one is imperfect.
100%.
But this is what I'm saying. You can say
it's not about imperfect. It's about who was more rigorous in their study.
If a person say that you're interviewing a person in this environment is not conducive for the best interview for therapists, and you're saying, and another study says, no, you can't interview a person in this environment, and you go, well, I get what they're both are saying. They both have credible research.
What's up, Jerome? Shout out to Jerome in the building.
They've done, but my experience is that when I interview people in this environment, I get good results. Like when people say, should you medicate a person with Percocet or should you medicate a person with this? There's holistic approaches and then there's medical approaches. At some point, you have to say, based on my information that I have derived from doing this for 20 years, this works, although this study is claiming that it does not work. That's a fair assessment.
That is not a fair assessment. You are using the word objective, but then demonstrating bias.
You have people that say that if you...
This is crazy.
Well, a person can do a research on this. You can have a person that says you handcuff this way, which is the most appropriate way to handcuff without violence. You have another person that say, no, that's not the way that you handcuff. You can handcuff this other way. You can be subjective in the way you think handcuffing should be done in order to be the most efficient and proficient in what you do. Both could be accurate, but other people can prefer to do a certain act because they've done it for 20 years and it works.
So I want to move on to the next topic due to time, but I do not believe you are an accurate consumer of research, given the way you are describing research.
I disagree with you, and I don't believe that you're accurate.
Fair. That's fine. That is totally fine. I am happy to do exactly what you suggested. We will both consume research and then come back and say, here's what we found. And
this guy is impossible. I don't see how anybody could be his friend. And I see why you have to be a black coon. I don't think other black coons can be his friend. This guy is terrible. This guy is terrible. And I think his wife is having sex with somebody else.
Can explain the research to one another. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, that's be fair. All right, last question, and they get me out here.
The last question.
She gotta be.
Are you familiar with the term internalized racism?
I don't know what the definition would be in a clinical way, but I can deduce what internalized racism would be. But
What would you say that it is?
I've heard people.
Well,
I've heard people say
go ahead.
I've heard people say internalized racism is. Well, let me let you explain it because I don't want to confuse and conflate two
He can't even deduce what internalized racism. He just lied again.
No Cap-tivity.
He just lied again. You can't even deduce what internalized racism is. He just a know-it-all. And what y'all seeing in real time is his pride and arrogance, and you just can't tell him that. And he's very conceited, and he's very heady and high-minded. That's what the Bible told us. The Bible told us to look out for these type of people, right? In the last days, we will run across people that's very heady and high-minded people, right? And truce breakers and betrayers, right? 2 Timothy told us about the last days being perilous. And also, they would have an appearance of godliness. They would have an appearance of godliness. And from these type of people, from such type of people, turn away. Right? The word of God said, from such type of people, turn away. If you look on Black Coon Tatum's arm, he has Bible scriptures tattooed on his arm, and he has Jesus on his forearm. That's the appearance of godliness, right? But he's very conceited. He's very high-minded and very heady. We're going to get that later on. I'm going to show y'all why we should all turn away from people like Black Coon Tatum.
And then we can talk about it.
So normally, people conflate the idea of internalized racism with self-hatred. And I have seen people say, and you alluded to it earlier, people say he hates his blackness. People say he hates his own skin, et cetera, et cetera. That's actually not accurate per the accurate definition of
yes, he's definitely a narcissist. Definitely a narcissist.
Internalized racism.
I'm talking about textbook narcissist.
Textbook. Go ahead and explain it, and then we can talk about it.
So normally, people conflate the idea of internalized racism with self-hatred. And I have seen people say, and you alluded to it earlier, people say he hates his blackness. People say he hates his own skin, et cetera, et cetera. That's actually not accurate per the accurate definition of internalized racism.
Right.
Internalized racism is, I've adopted the mentality and ideas of the colonizer. So a more accurate description of the word would literally be
let's get to the point.
Of white people.
No Cap-tivity.
You've adopted the mind of a white man.
Internalized colonizer.
Do you think that I fit in one of these
yes.
statements?
I'm asking you, do you think you fit? Do
No,
you think that
no,
the
I
term
don't.
internalized racism towards you fits?
No, and I'm glad I didn't try to guess what the meaning was, because I believe I conflate the two. If you're saying that internalized racism is adopting the perspective of the colonizer, 100,000%, that's not my perspective. That doesn't
yes,
apply to
it
me.
is.
If you're saying that I have self-hate, no, 100%.
I did not say
No, I'm not saying you did. Let me correct it. If this phrase of self-hate is not applied to me either. So internalized racism and self-hate does not apply to me.
Yes, it does.
So you believe that one of those apply to me?
I do believe the term internalized racism.
Now, we got to. I know we run a long time, but like, you're saying that I have adopted the perspective of the colonizer.
Yes.
Give me an example. It got to be quick because I know we run a long time. Where would you derive that I've adopted the perspective of the colonizer? And can you explain real quickly who that person is or who that group?
You said we were better off doing slavery.
No Cap-tivity.
This guy said we was better off doing slavery. What is he talking about? Let's get that right quick. This guy is so crazy. Black Coon Tatum said we were better off doing slavery. Officer Tatum says black people are better off doing slavery. Let's see if we can get this on Google, man. This is crazy. What is he talking about? Here we go.
Men like you were better off during slavery. Charlie Kirk said black men like you were better off during slavery.
No, he did not. Show me the proof and I'll give you $1,000. Just because you don't understand history and you look at everything in the lens as black people are the ultimate victims in perpetuity, don't mean that Charlie Kirk can have an expression of something I agree with him on. Now, you're here sitting here trying to tell a black man that I can't agree with Charlie Kirk on the fact that I think that black people were in a better trajectory when we were in the 30s
during
after
slavery.
He
No, he
didn't
said
say
during slavery.
You're lying. He said
He
after
said
slavery.
you were better off during slavery.
No, he did not. Show me the proof when I give you $1,000.
All right, let's go.
You don't have it. Ain't no way in the world Charlie said we're better in slavery. He said after slavery. It's a whole sentiment around it. And black people understand this. History reflects this. Thomas Sowell expressed this. Black people were in a trajectory on a path doing better than white people. Anybody can fact check that. We had millionaires. We had people who were very successful. Black Wall Street, you name it. We had a lot of production. We were teaching our own schools. We had our own transportation. We owned our own companies.
Wait, let's go back. Let me see. I don't think that's it. Hold on. Here we go. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is it right here.
Charlie Kirk said black men like you were better.
Hold on. Where are we? Is this it? I think this got to be it right here.
Black men like you were better off during slavery. Do you agree with him?
Now listen, 100%. 100%.
You just agreed. You just agreed with Charlie Kirk saying black people were better off during slavery. You adopted the mind of the colonizer, sir.
No captivity.
You just agreed. Here we go again.
Said black men like you were better off during slavery. Charlie Kirk said black men like you were better off during slavery. Do you agree with him?
Now listen, 100%. 100%.
You believe 100%?
Now what?
So he very much so fits the definition of internalized racism.
No captivity.
He's a textbook internalized racist. Internalized racism.
100%. Wait,
you were
after
better off,
slavery, let
so
me
you're
explain
saying
because
you would
maybe
be
you don't
better
know
off
black history.
during slavery.
No. You don't understand black history and you don't understand what Charlie was saying. Listen, after slavery, there was an explosion of success in the black community. We had Black Wall Street. We were married to the women we had children with. Black people had a tremendous amount of success. Our success was growing faster than white people during that period of time. Now look at us. Now go look at any inner city in this country and you see people getting murdered every weekend. The leading cause of murders in this country is by black people. Violent crimes, black people.
Let me tell you something. Tatum represents the sellout of all sellouts. I challenge Tatum.
Okay, let's go back. Here we go. Here we go.
He hates his own skin, et cetera, et cetera. That's actually not accurate per the accurate definition of internalized racism.
Right.
Internalized racism is I've adopted the mentality and ideas of the colonizer. So a more accurate description of the word would literally be internalized colonizer.
Do you think that I fit in one of these statements?
I'm asking you, do you think you fit? Do
No,
you think that
no,
the
I don't.
term internalized racism towards you fits?
No, and I'm glad I didn't try to guess what the meaning was because I believe I conflate the two. If you're saying that internalized racism is adopting the perspective of the colonizer, 100,000%, that's not my perspective. That doesn't apply to me. If you're saying that I have self-hate, no, 100%.
I did not say.
No, I'm not saying you did. Let me correct it. If this phrase of self-hate is not applied to me either. So internalized racism and self-hate does not apply to me. So do you believe that one of those apply to me?
I do. I do believe the term internalized racism.
Now we got to. I know we run a long time, but like, you're saying that I have adopted the perspective of the colonizer.
Yes.
Give me an example. It got to be quick because I know we run a long time. Where would you derive that I've adopted the perspective of the colonizer? And can you explain real quickly who that person is or who that group of people are?
We just showed it.
I'll give you a very specific example. You said that you don't believe slavery stole money from the black community.
I did. That's not what I said. I said you cannot evaluate if slavery stole money. No, because if racism stole money, because money wasn't even on the table. It's not like slaves could even make money.
Play the clip,
so you can't say they
Elliot.
stole something they never had a chance to make. That's what I was referring to. It's not like black people had money and then it was stolen from them when they were introduced into slavery, and then it could potentially have been given back to them. They never had the earning potential.
Play
as
the
being
clip,
slaves. So
Elliot.
nothing was stolen from them. Now opportunities were not provided for them after slavery in an adequate way, but you can't say something was stolen that was never available to them.
So to be clear, you're saying black people never had anything, so thus it couldn't be stolen. Is that correct?
In slavery, the ones who were slaves, who was purchased as a slave, had nothing to gain or had nothing to, they had no possessions to hold on to because they were slaves. They weren't even considered persons, humans. They were property, like animals. They had no money to obtain or to give up or to relinquish. They had no choice in it. So that you can't compare that.
So again, I just want to be very clear on what I'm hearing. You're saying that slaves had no property, so the
Shout out to Cox Virtual Consulting for the $2 support.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Cox Virtual Consulting, for the $2 support. If you would like to get your comments read and highlighted, you can do so either by Super Cap, aka Super Chat, Cash Cap, aka Cash App, which is $freezing no cap, or PayPal. The PayPal is No Captivity with Freeze. No Captivity with Freeze. Thank you. We appreciate
couldn't have
you.
been stolen.
Yes.
Okay, that is factually inaccurate. We know that from slave documents.
Or to give up or to relinquish. They had no choice in it. So that you can't compare that.
So again, I just want to be very clear on what
This
I'm hearing.
is a slaughter.
You're saying that slaves had no property, so thus it couldn't have been stolen.
Yes.
Okay, that is factually inaccurate. We know that from slave documents that they did have money. They were allowed at times to earn it.
Well,
They did have
well, hold on.
possessions, and those things were taken.
Let's talk about it because I want to be very clear about this. I studied this in college. Now you're talking about.
Oh my!
I'm perceiving the slaves that are on the plantation that were not able to work. They not like Harriet Tubman, who was married and she worked and she was married and her husband was a free black man. I'm not talking about Harriet Tubman. I'm talking about other slaves who were in slavery who had no possessions of property. They were not allowed to work. They didn't work in the house. They weren't able to purchase their freedom. None of that. I'm talking about those people. I'm not talking about people who were house slaves, people who were servants in slavery. People like Harriet Tubman towards the end of her life.
They were slaves
she actually
too.
lived with her husband, who was a free black man and able to work. Some of her family members were free. And so I'm not talking about those particular slaves. So when you look at those particular slaves, some of which who were blacks who owned slaves, like
so that means that there were slaves that had possessions and property. What is he talking about? What is he talking about?
I'm not considering those people. I'm considering people who had no opportunity to work, therefore they had nothing to build or take away from.
So that I can be abundantly clear, I believe you're just demonstrating internalized racism. Because when I said, I'm going to tell you, I asked you twice, can you be very clear, are you saying this? And twice you said yes. And then when I gave you contrary information, you widened it. I'm not considering
I widened
those
it
kinds of
I widened it because I believe that the conversation needs to be deeper than the surface level. Did they gain money or not? Because there's different phases. There's different phases. There's different people that were in different phases of slavery. Slavery was not all one thing. There were people who were slaves who worked. There were people who were slaves who were given an opportunity to purchase their freedom. There were people who were black, who were once slaves, who then were free and then owned slaves. We can have a broader discussion about slavery. I'm saying the ones who did not have an opportunity whatsoever, that didn't even have a chance at having any possessions, could not have possessions taken away from them. If you want to go through black people in general, we have to then talk about black people who own slaves. We have to then talk about the first legal slave owner in American history, which was Anthony Johnson. We have to talk about all the black people who purchased their freedom and who also purchased other people's freedom in slavery. Those who never.
Anthony Johnson was not the first legal slave owner. He was the first black legal slave owner. And I just don't like when they tell that lie, right? And here's another thing. When they say black people own slaves, please do not let people gaslight y'all or just convince y'all that you're talking about that of this large number of black slave owners, right? First of all, it was only about a little over 3,000 black slave owners compared to 1 million to 2 million white slave owners. It was only like 3,000 black slave owners. And the majority of those black slave owners, I'm talking about 80 to 90% were mulatto. Does anybody know what mulatto means? That means that they were half black, half white. And a lot of these so-called black slave owners were products of interracial sex from white slave owners having sex with the black women. So these so-called black kids had white fathers, and a lot of their inheritance got passed down too. So when they say, oh, it was a lot of black slave owners too, let's talk about, no. First of all, it was only a little over 3,000 black slave owners, and the black slave owners that the so-called black slave owners that they're talking about were of mixed race. They were mulatto. Okay? Let me see, I don't know, like, give me somebody. I don't know. Somebody mixed today, right? They were mulatto, right? Like a Colin Kaepernick or something like that. So when they say that, they're being very misleading and Black Coon Tatum, people like him, they will always use that as a talking point to make you feel bad or to shut you up about talking about slavery in America amongst the white establishment. Okay, once again, the so-called black slave owners was only a little over 3,000, and most of them were mulatto. And in comparison to 1 to 2 million white slave owners, it's crazy why they even continue with that talking point.
Slave in the field. Those who always, in slavery had a different perception or a different position in slavery. So it's a dynamic discussion. Our premise was people who had absolutely no opportunity whatsoever should not be evaluated as the same as those who had opportunity. So the conversation was post-slavery. Focusing on after slavery was abolished, where do we go from here?
Respectfully, I don't see a point in talking about the details because you keep moving it instead of.
I'm not moving it. You want to broaden up the conversation. You asked me a very basic perspective.
Clearly, what did you say? You said yes twice, and then I said, but what about this? And then you moved it.
And then I realized you want to broaden the conversation, so I broadened the conversation.
Fair. Due to time, can I ask you two more quick questions?
Okay.
One of them, are you familiar with the phrase moral disengagement?
Moral disengagement, no.
So would you acknowledge, regardless of whatever opinions you hold, you're allowed to hold whatever opinions you want, would you acknowledge that some of the messages that you present cause harm to people?
Yeah, no, we got to be more detailed. You saying emotional harm? You saying physical harm? Are you saying people are harmed unjustifiably? They consider to be harmed by what I say? So I'm saying that your opinion can be your opinion. I have no intent to harm people by what I say.
One second.
I have no intent.
I don't want to be overtalked.
And people should not be harmed by what I say.
I don't want to be overtalked, and I don't want to have to put you on mute. I think some of the stuff you communicate on the
he told Black Coon Tatum, man, I'm gonna put your ass on mute if you keep over talking me.
Be harmed by what I say. So
I'm saying that your opinion can be your opinion.
I have no intent to harm people by what I say.
One second.
I have no intent.
I don't want to be overtalked.
And people should not be harmed by what I say.
I don't want to be overtalked, and I don't want to have to put you on mute. I think some of the stuff you communicate on the platforms you do causes harm to people.
In what way?
Emotional harm. Causes them trauma and stress to hear your message.
Okay, that's a personal thing. That has nothing to do with what I'm presenting in my the way I intend to deliver it. It's not my fault.
He's a true narcissist, man.
Receiving personal harm in their own perspective because they don't like me saying that a black person was wrong. They feel harmed because I interview somebody. That's not legitimate.
No.
I'm saying these are the complaints that I'm hearing.
Let me ask you a more specific question. If I presented you with evidence of a human being whose life has been harmed by the messages that you've put out, would you change or would you do anything different on how you're putting messages out?
Well, it depends because there's no intent for me to harm anybody. You give me a specific example, meaning that if somebody legitimately came to me and said, hey, man, when you said this, it really hurt me and it was materialized, I may consider, depending on what I said, I can't not tell the truth because it hurts you. But if it's something I said, I can rephrase it and it actually caused some harm to somebody and they brought it to my attention, I'm open to that. But somebody getting upset because they don't like that I criticize people who are having poor behavior because they are black, that's not my fault that people are emotional. And the same thing is, some of the things you said, I don't think it's your fault that you said something that hurt my feelings. That's irrelevant. Like, is your intent to hurt my feelings? No. I just have to be a grown man and say, I don't like what you said about me. Let's have a conversation. But my intent with my content is just to tell the truth. If people's feelings are hurt because they don't like the truth, then I'm okay with that. And okay. I know we got to run because I got to do a filming.
I just have literally one more minute, one more question. Okay. And it's about Teslin Figaro. When you are debating and having conversation about issues related specifically to the Nolan Wells case, I've noticed that she has been requesting an interview multiple times. Are you Teslin Figaro?
I don't know.
Are you willing to sit down with her?
Teslin Figaro is an analyst, and she's also a contributor on some news outlets. Also, she's a contributor on The Black Woman. She's a contributor on The Breakfast Club on iHeartRadio. Black woman, very intelligent black lady.
I don't know who that is.
If I connect the two of you, would you be willing to have a conversation with Teslin?
I have a conversation with anybody. It just depends. I got to know who this person is.
She is an attorney. She is working in the Nolan Wells case.
Is she the lady in the comment section?
I don't know if she's a lady in comment section.
That you responded to? She said something like, I don't know why Brandon won't debate me. Is that her?
I think her name is Teslin Figaro.
Is that who you're talking about? You responded to her in the comments. She said, I don't know why Tatum won't debate me. No, she said, I don't know why Tatum won't debate me or something, but he debates you, and you said you can answer questions. She's a black lady.
She is a black lady, correct. Would you
I think we're talking about the same person. I know who she is. I just didn't know her name. But it depends, man. She's super ghetto and disrespectful.
Whoa. No. She's not super ghetto, nor disrespectful.
I've been on an interview with her.
I understand that.
She's not very respectful. She talks crazy. I may still consider.
I think he was on an interview with her, yeah. And no, she's not ghetto. She handed him his ass.
But I just want to put it out there. She was wondering why I didn't debate her or nothing. Some people are not acting in good faith. And I don't want to get
I think it was on News Nation, right? Black Coon Tatum is talking about on News Nation where he was on an interview with Tesla Vaccaro. She wiped the floor with him, and he's still sore about that. And you could tell.
We're arguing with somebody and they cussing and acting a fool. I feel like you've been respectful, although I disagree with you. You've been respectful in your commentary towards me, although I disagree with it. You haven't called me out of my name and you cursing and acting up. And so that's why I was willing to talk to you. But other people that are cussing and trying to get a gotcha moment, I'm not really interested. You know, like people got to realize, I have 8 million people that follow me. I have an incredible.
How did he end up talking to him?
I understand that.
She's not very respectful. She talks crazy. I may still consider talking to her, but I just want to put it out there. She was wondering why I didn't debate her or nothing. Some people are not acting in good faith. And I don't want to get into an argument with somebody and they cussing and acting a fool. I feel like you've been respectful, although I disagree with you. You've been respectful in your commentary towards me, although I disagree with it. You haven't called me out of my name and you cursing and acting up. And so that's why I was willing to talk to you. But other people that are cussing and trying to get a gotcha moment, I'm not really interested. You know, like people got to realize, I have 8 million people that follow me. I have an incredible platform. I don't really gain anything by going on other people's platforms. I just respect you enough to say, I would like to have a conversation. And
well, I just want to go.
That talk crazy about me every day. I don't know.
Black Coon Tatum needs to come on predominantly black platforms. Why? To feed his white audience, right? It's like his purpose for his white audience is to be the attack dog towards black people. So he makes it seem like he doesn't need to come over here with us black folk, because he has 8 million followers. No, he needs to come over here with us because his white audience, his white viewers wants to see him attack black people. That's what his platform is built on. So don't let him fool y'all. He has to continue to come over here, right? Because that is what his white audience wants. So that's what he tries to give them.
I got to consider if I would talk to her, because I don't know if it would be productive.
Okay, I gotta let you go, but I will gonna go on the record and say I think you should sit down and have a conversation with Teslin, because she is just as informed and connected to this case and has interviewed just as many people as you have, and I think that's an important thing. So, Mr. Tatum, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Whew. All right, guys. Man, I don't know what I think so far of the interview. Helen, can you remove him out of StreamYard? I don't know what I think of the interview. I'll have to take some time to think about it.
These people have people working their live streams for them. These people have people working their stream, even StreamYard, which is a very easy platform to work. But yeah, I got to step my game up.
Can tell you is I think every single
because everything y'all see, I'm doing it myself. I'm doing all of this. I'm doing everything myself.
That I brought up, naive realism, internalized racism. I think all of those terms are accurate. Moral disengagement. Moral disengagement is if I know the things I'm saying are causing people harm, I'm going to, and I want to consider myself a good person, as all of us do. I'm going to selectively choose what things I attend to and what things I don't. And he is doing all of the things. And I wanted to have this conversation, quite honestly, for that reason. I am a mental health professional. It's what I do. I've been listening to Mr. Tatum this whole time, and I've been hearing it through a clinical lens. And I can see not just the grift, but I can see how he's doing it. So what was important to me to do today was to have a conversation where you could see what he's doing in real time. You saw him move. I was very intentional about every single word I said. I was very intentional.
Appreciate you, Loon. I appreciate that.
About letting him talk when he spoke, but you watch him. He clearly does not know how to digest research. You don't just take, these two things disagree, then all I have to go on my lived experience. That is not true. You have to weight the quality of that research, and all of us clinicians and people who consume research consistently, we all know that this is how we do that. The other thing that was interesting, did you guys notice, this is how internal racism looks, and it was important to me to clinically be able to...
Yep, I heard it. I told y'all I do have my Cash Cap and PayPal notifications on. I just heard it come through. Let's see which one was it that came through. Let me see. Nope, I don't think it was the PayPal. It was the Cash Cap. Let's see who sent the Cash Cap. Let's see. Oh, man. Shout out to... Let's see. Hold on. Oh, man. Come on, man. Please stop it, man.
To point this out. But this
false
is how
call,
you see
false
it.
flag, false call, false call.
Did you notice that I asked him specifically about a very highly educated, a very highly qualified black woman who is very well connected to the Nolan Wells case and works very closely with attorney Benjamin Crump, who has overtly called him out and said, I want to debate you. The first thing he did, in my opinion, was he lied. He was disingenuous. Who is that? Teslin Figaro is a very well-known person. She delivers news on CNN, Fox News, and The Breakfast Club very consistently. We know that he knows who she is. He has interacted with her several times, and she has called him out publicly several times. So he is asking us to believe that he has noticed Elliot Connie and his content and knows my name and knows me well enough to interact with me, but he doesn't know hers. And he doesn't know who this person is. Then he says disrespectful, rude things to her. Oh, you mean that super ghetto person? And he says, I'm not willing to engage with them because they talked about me in this way. This is how the grift works. He just moves his position very, very consistently. And I will close by saying this. One of the most accurate phrases, that's why I spent the most time talking about it, and the conversation to a large degree went exactly how I expected it to go. I did not expect him in any way to say, oh, wow, Elliot, you're making a great point. I acknowledge that point you made. But I wanted to do this interview so that you guys could see psychologically what is happening here. And the most important phrase that I think fits is what I refer to as naive realism, which basically means I believe my subjective experience represents the true experience, and people who hold that position are people who refer to themselves who are next to authoritarianism, and you can see that he.
Let's see. Let's go over here to. I wanted to touch on, because Tatum showed up on Nancy Grace's platform too. Let me see. Let's see what he had to say with her here.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being
vote was
back to the main.
Jackson County Sheriff's Department has it. I don't think they've cooperated at all. They do not have Nolan's phone. They haven't had access to Nolan's phone. The Jackson County Sheriff's Department has it. So how can you say that there's text missing or there's photographs?
Do you see the attack, right? This is one of the last things I'm going to show y'all. The attack that has been launched against Nolan Wells' mom and dad, accusing them of refusing to hand over the phone when we've already proven that that's not true.
Missing. Our boys had no reason to do anything with Nolan's phone other than give it back to Christine and her friends later that night. So anything about missing text messages or Snapchats is completely false.
Big question. That is Tyler Cox representing the so-called friends of Nolan on Horn Island. And if he's claiming that no one see the phone, how does he know that something's not missing? So that's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Let's hear that one more time from our friend Dan Abrams.
I don't think they've cooperated at all. They do not have Nolan's phone. They haven't had access to Nolan's phone. The Jackson County Sheriff's Department has it. So how can you say that there's text missing or there's photographs missing? Our boys had no reason to do anything with Nolan's phone other than give it back to Christine and her friends later that night. So anything about missing text messages or Snapchats is completely false.
That's a veteran trial lawyer. That is Tyler Cox. He's representing the young men that were on the boat that took Nolan to Horn Island and came back without Nolan, according to them. Joining me in all-star panel, I'm not saying Cox is right or wrong, but what I am saying out to Brandon Tatum. Tatum, former police officer, Tucson, star of The Officer Tatum on YouTube. He has interviewed Nolan's acquaintances that were on the boat that day. Officer Tatum, thank you for being with us. Let me talk about this one moment. We've got so much to get to. I'm going to try to be brief. Tyler Cox stating, I don't think they cooperated at all. I think he's talking about Nolan's family. They, I guess, the sheriff's office, haven't had access to Nolan's phone. Well, can't they subpoena that? It's called a subpoena ducis tecum. You're familiar with those. You've testified in court. A subpoena ducis tecum is, we hear about subpoenas for testimony. I've been subpoenaed. Yes, go to court and tell the truth. A subpoena ducis tecum is for an item, an object, a document. The sheriff can give out a subpoena ducis tecum or get a warrant for an object. So, you don't have it? Fine, get it. Next. So how can you say I'm quoting, how can you say there's no text message or photo, as a text message or photos missing? Our boys had no reason to do anything with Nolan's phone other than give it back. So seeing anything about missing texts or Snapchats completely false. Well, according to the mom, Officer Tatum, she says that there was nothing sent out while Nolan was at Horn Island, which she found very odd. I have no reason to disbelieve her. So how can you say there were missing or there weren't missing? I don't think you can say it either way. Why don't they just get a search warrant and go get the phone? You know what? Forget all that. Officer Tatum, where is Nolan's phone? Do authorities have it?
Well, from my understanding, authorities do not have it, and the family have not been cooperating with authorities to give the phone over.
Y'all hear this? The family has not been cooperating with authorities to give the phone over. That is a complete lie. That is a complete lie. And for him to just sit up here and lie against this family intentionally, it actually proves why we feel the way we feel about Black Coon Tatum, right? He does have internalized racism. He's lying on this family to please his white audience and because he hates himself, in my humble opinion, okay? And it's very demonic and it's egregious and it's disgusting.
According to the testimony or written statement from the lawyer that represents the family, the Nolan Wells family, he had made mention that he's prepared to cooperate, but they have not cooperated yet, which is very interesting to me. You want to find out what happened to...
They've already had established on July 15th that they were going to come together to go through the phone together forensically.
Your son, you would think you would be doing everything you can to cooperate. I can't judge her. I don't know what's in their mind.
Did you see? That's Wyatt that Nolan Wells was standing next to right then.
You would think you would be doing everything
right
you can to
cooperate.
Wyatt.
Where is Wyatt? Where is Wyatt Pyron? Where is he?
Operate. I can't judge her. I don't know what's in their mind, but it just seems to be very off-putting for them not to at least give the phone over and do what exactly they told the world they were going to do, and that is to allow a forensic extraction of his phone. Therefore, the world can see if there is things that have been deleted. I think Tyler Cox is very clear about what he's saying, that the boys had nothing to do with it. So if there is anything missing from the phone, it had nothing to do with them. Now, I'll add this. When you look at what Christine said.
Brandon, what? I'm going to go right back to what you're saying, but you're saying a lot, and I want to address each thing so we don't leave anything out. Number one, you just stated that, basically. Correct me, you can paraphrase this any way you want to. It looks really bad for Nolan's family not to hand over the phone. Do you have any independent knowledge they have not handed over the phone?
According to their lawyer that wrote a...
And Nancy need to stop. Nancy, you gotta stop this. It doesn't look bad that the family has not handed over the phone to a law enforcement that has already shown untrustworthy practices. They have already shown untrustworthy behavior towards the death of their son. They're not trustworthy, so they want to set this up the right way. They haven't even given, the district attorney hasn't even given the family an incident report in due time, right? It's supposed to be less than 72 hours the family's supposed to get an incident report. It was 2 weeks and the family still hadn't gotten an incident report. I don't even know if the family still has gotten an incident report. So, come on, it doesn't look bad on the family. The family is being cautious.
Statement, and the statement was, we're prepared to cooperate, but that was as of the 11th. Therefore, they have not cooperated. Tyler Cox has made mention that he don't believe they cooperated whatsoever. He don't believe they cooperated whatsoever as well.
Who cares if what Tyler Cox said? You black coon.
Extrapolating. You're taking the words, Tatum, that their words that they're prepared to cooperate to mean they haven't handed over the phone. Isn't that true?
I'm putting everything together, right? We have Tyler Cox that's coming out and saying that he
He's
has no
putting
indication
everything together.
whatsoever
That's
they've
crazy.
cooperated. The family has not come out and said that there's any findings. And then also the attorney that represents the family is saying that we haven't sent or gave the phone over, but we're willing to. And that was as of the 11th.
No,
So it appears that there's no indication that.
Brandon, you may very well be a lot smarter than me, but I can hear, okay? The statement was, we're prepared to cooperate, I guess from Crump. That does
I'm not
not
sure if it
mean
was.
we have not handed over the phone, but we will.
Well, Nancy, when you put it all, you have to put the totality of circumstance together. I'm not there to be in the room with the investigators to determine, but I'm just going off of what knowledge we have and that's been given to us that's available. And what Tyler Cox is saying, and I'm taking him at his word, he's saying that there's no indication that they've cooperated. The lawyers that represent the family is saying we're prepared, but they did not say that they've cooperated whatsoever. So I'm looking at the statements that are produced, and all of the statements indicate that there has not been a cooperation with the phone being extracted from investigators. Therefore, there is no true determination that things were missing from the phone. Well, I mean, we have no other. We have no other.
All I
we
can
have
tell
nothing
from that
else to
statement
go
is
off
we're
of.
prepared to cooperate. For all I know, that means we'll come in for questioning. We'll let you search his belongings. It
Nancy,
can
it's
mean
been-
anything. That does not equal we have not handed over the phone. But hey, you know what?
Nancy, it's been weeks.
You say tomato, I say tomato, because it kind of doesn't matter, and I'll tell you why it doesn't matter. Actually, I'll let an expert tell us why it doesn't matter. To Heather Barnhart joining us, digital forensics expert with Celebrite. We learned all about Celebrite during the Alex Murdaugh trial. That's how we got everything off of his dead, murdered son's phone. And
So let's see. Let's go to another show, because we're not going to listen to the whole Nancy Grace, this whole Nancy Grace episode. But there was another episode where Nancy Grace appeared, right? And she was talking to a young white lady, and I wanted you guys to hear what the young white lady had to say.
Nolan Wells investigation.
Here we go.
That they made a mistake. And by the way, this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitnesses.
On the hill, my descent into the double murder in Delphi. What witnesses? I understand that there's video and witnesses. One places him there at 5, one places him there at 6. Significance, the Triton, and we can show this by GPS. They are right about this, left Horn Island around 4:30. So if he is spotted, and you can confirm to me that he is spotted there at 5 or 6, if that video has a timestamp on it, and I can corroborate that, or I can corroborate the witnesses weren't drunk. Hey, let's see that video control room again of Nolan bent over, and all you can see is his blue trunk right there. Now, that's not a very good eyewitness, right? Don't hurt your head more. The family, because they haven't handed the phone over yet. Don't hurt your head, Morse. Don't hurt your head. Okay. Susan Hendricks. Oh, my stars, Hendricks. The family is now seemingly being accused of wrongdoing because they haven't handed the phone over yet. What happened back on, I've got a big note here, phone July 15. Isn't that when the family had a meeting and said, yes, you can have the phone? But they want independent examiners there at the same time.
There you go.
Right. Tell me July 15, what happened?
July 15th.
Remember, July 15th, they had already made an agreement with the district attorney.
You can have...
What is Black Coon Tatum talking about?
Have the phone, but they want independent examiners there at the same time. Right. Tell me July 15, what happened?
July 15th, the attorney for the parents of Nolan met and said, yes, we want to give over the phone, but we want someone in the middle here, someone from the outside, an expert to analyze the phone. It appeared everyone agreed. Then all of a sudden they get a letter saying, we want the phone and you have 24 hours to send it over. The DA sent that. And the parents were out of town and said, wait, we don't have the time to do that. Hence the narrative that they're not cooperating. Now, They say, Nolan's parents, look, we have our experts on standby. This week, pick a day. And not to mention, on the 19th would have been Nolan's 19th birthday. A difficult week for the family, but they say, hey, we'll give up his cell phone. We want someone, a mediator, if you will, an expert in the middle.
Well,
is that too hard to ask? Is that too much to ask? No, it's not. It shouldn't be too much to ask.
You know, this is interesting.
So the family is cooperating. The family is cooperating to give up the phone.
The phone. But they want independent examiners there at the same time, right? Tell me, July 15, what happened?
July 15th, the attorney for the parents of Nolan met and said, yes, we want to give over the phone, but we want someone in the middle here, someone from the outside, an expert to analyze the phone. It appeared everyone agreed. Then all of a sudden they get a letter saying, we want the phone and you have 24 hours to send it over. The DA sent that. And the parents were out of town and said, wait, we don't have the time to do that. Hence the narrative that they're not cooperating. Now, they say, Nolan's parents, look, we have our experts on standby. This week, pick a day. And not to mention, on the 19th would have been Nolan's 19th birthday. A difficult week for the family, but they say, hey, we'll give up his cell phone. We want someone, a mediator, if you will, an expert in the middle.
So the phone is supposed to be given up this week, right? With a mediator expert to go over the phone together to do the forensics on the phone. So there can be trust all across the board. We're not just going to hand you over the phone and trust you're going to do the right thing with the phone. No, the family knows enough not to do that.
Well, you know, this is interesting, what you just said.
And there's been a concerted effort to demonize this family, to make them look like they are hiding something, and they have something to hide when it comes to Nolan Wells' phone.
And professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University,
So I wanted to show y'all that. All right. I wanted to show y'all that. And shout out to Tashema Hands, who spoke out, basically proving that these boys, which are Warren, Jax, and other people like Trayston Shepard, are liars, okay? These people are liars. Shout out to Tashema Hands and for speaking out. What we're going to do now is we're going to read a benediction. Listen, we have time for some last minute reports from the chat through Super Cap, Cash Cap, or PayPal. Through Super Cap, Cash Cap, or PayPal. If you want your comments read and highlighted before we end the show, do it now. Do it now. If you have strong opinions, do it now. And I'm definitely going to stop right in my tracks, and we're going to read all of your reports from the chat. Let's go ahead and get the benediction right now. Shout out to the No Cap crew. We appreciate y'all. Let's go.
It's freezing, 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 it's freezing. Came from the curb with a nice day tense. Graduated from the streets, no bars, no fence. No captivity, mindset breaking every chain. Taught by the pressure, never taught by the fame. Head full of topics, but my mind stay clear. Move with a purpose, I ain't moving in fear. No captivity, I don't fall for a trend. I don't sell my soul just to fit in with them. YouTube streets cold, yeah, I seen how it go. Clicks over character, everybody for sure. But I keep it real even when views get thin. No captivity, I'm free when I speak. Graduated from the streets to the digital streets. No captivity, I ain't locked in a lane. Move the algorithm when they typing my name. Captivity, stay on my grind every day, clear mind, no chains. I don't drift, don't fade. Captivity, even when the lights get dim. I don't chase the fame, I make truth trend. I make truth trend. I make truth trend. From crack sidewalks to the platform grind. Turn pain into present, made purpose from time. No captivity, I don't beg for the crown. I build from the bottom, let the message go around. They want a character, I'm giving them me. Real over viral, that's the code I keep. No captivity, I ain't stuck in the past. I move with conviction, make the vision last. Algorithm watching every word I deliver, but I won't dilute what's making me different. No captivity, I won't trade my name. They say it out loud, but I don't chase the fame. No captivity, I'm free when I speak, graduated from the streets to the digital streets. No captivity, I ain't locked in a lane, move the algorithm when they typing my activity. Stay on my grind every day, clear mind, no chains, I don't tread, don't fail. Captivity, even when the lights get dim, I don't chase the fame, I make true change. They say my name, but I'm staying the same. No captivity, I won't bend for the game. Cold in these YouTube streets, I still stand tall. No captivity, I was never meant to crawl. No captivity. That's the flag that I wave from the streets to the screen, still real, still brave. Captivity, every chain I outgrew, if they say my name, they know what I do. Captivity. What phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it. No captivity. What phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it, what phrase it.
Shout out to Gina Dallas Diva. Gina Dallas Diva sent over $150 prior to the live stream as well. And we're going to celebrate Gina Dallas Diva. She's going to finish out the show as the official sponsor of tonight's show. Gina Dallas Diva, we're going to honor you tonight as the official sponsor of tonight's show. Shout out to our sister Angela, who sent $40 recently before the show started. Shout out to you. But Gina Dallas Diva is the official sponsor of tonight's show so far. To have been a co-sponsor, to be a co-sponsor, official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $150 or more. Gina Dallas Diva, thank you. We appreciate you. She took over the sponsorship tonight.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, sis.
You trying to support No Cap? Yeah. Keep throwing the dough. Yeah. Spend that cash. Support the show. Facts. Lights don't run a hole. No.
Shout out to Gina Dallas Diva. She is the official sponsor of tonight's show. And we're going to do this one here for the ladies.
In the place, no cap, appreciate. Cash app, super chat, super stickers, memberships, PayPal's in the building, let it rain like that. Don't forget the 50s, don't forget them hundreds. Blessings coming fast, we ain't waiting on nothing. Appreciate everything that you spend. When you feel generous, run it back again. Cash app. Money talk, let it flow.
And shout out to, also, we want to give a big shout out to, let's see, Angela again and Luna Wolf giving cash caps this weekend as well.
Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to Luna Wolf and Angela as well. Thank y'all for your cash caps this weekend. Let's go ahead and read the benediction right now, y'all. So this is tonight's benediction. This is 1 John, 4th chapter, 1 through 3. 1 John, 4th chapter, 1st through the 3rd verse. And it reads, Beloved, do not believe every spirit. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits to see whether they are from God. For many false prophets have gone out into the world. But this, you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is from God. And every spirit that does not confess Jesus is not from God. This is the spirit of the Antichrist, which you heard was coming and now is in the world already. So we don't have to wait on the spirit of the Antichrist. We've been seeing the spirit of the Antichrist in people like Black Hoon Tatum and all of the people that's been demonizing Nolan Wells' family. You know, and let me tell y'all something, man. The spirit of the Antichrist is here. I know when I was younger, people used to be like, oh, the spirit of the Antichrist hasn't gotten here yet. It's here and it's very much so alive. So we got to test every spirit. test every spirit. We just shouldn't take people's word for it, especially on social media, right? Because people have agendas. And so we have to let the Spirit of God lead us, truly. I appreciate the No Cap crew. We appreciate y'all. I don't think, did we get any members today? I don't think we got any members today. Let me make sure. Y'all. No. Nope, we didn't get any members today, but let me go back and see. Let me go back and check the jewels as well. Let me go back and check the jewels. Did we get any more jewels? Nope, no more jewels. Also, shout out, let's go ahead and celebrate. Let's celebrate Gina Dallas Diva again. She finished off the show as the official sponsor of tonight's show, and we very much appreciate it. Gina Dallas Diva is the official sponsor of tonight's show with a total of $150. With a total of 100, actually, let's see. Actually, it's $152 because she sent $2 during the live stream as well. So let's go ahead and add. Yeah, we ain't gonna short you your $2, Gina. No, we ain't gonna do that. Here we go. Shout out to Gina Dallas Diva, $152. There she is, right there on the No Cap board that's flashing below, the No Cap billboard that's flashing below. Shout out to Gina Dallas Diva. Let's go ahead and celebrate our sister Gina Dallas Diva, the official sponsor of tonight's show. Total sponsorship, $152. Thank you, Gina Dallas Diva. We appreciate you.
Wanna be a baller, shot collar, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Holla, get a leg tonight. Push your rope, I got spray bike in the highway. Making money to fly away. But there's gotta be a better way, yeah. It's right, it's
No captivity. No captivity. No captivity.
Can't y'all see it? Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it? Can't you feel it? Shout out to you, Gina. Gina said, you welcome, Freezy. Aw, shout out to you. Shout out to Gina Dallas. Finishing the show, $150 sponsorship. Nobody could beat her. And we appreciate you, Gina. Thank you. We really do. And Gina is a part of our No Cap Bible study crew as well. Every Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern time in our Discord, we have No Cap Bible study. Every Saturday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, we have No Cap Bible study. We had an excellent Bible study last weekend, right? Shout out to Ma of Deuce. Thank you for celebrating 1 month. Ma of Deuce said, Freezy, I appreciate the work that you put in.
No Cap-tivity.
And I appreciate you, Ma of Deuce. Thank you. And I apologize for the few minutes of delay of reading your cash cap. We read your cash cap, no problem. I think it was either cash cap or PayPal. Was it the cash cap or the PayPal? Yeah, the cash cap. Thank you, Ma of Deuce. Thank you. We appreciate you. Also, shout out to everybody that attended No Cap Mental Health Workshop too. Every Sunday, No Cap Mental Health Workshop. Every Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern time is a No Cap Mental Health Workshop. All right. Yesterday we had No Cap Mental Health Workshop, and it was actually pretty good. It got a little spirited, but it was pretty good. And we always, I'm gonna tell you something, man. We're going to continue to strive to help our brothers and sisters. The No Cap crew is, and we're going to continue to grow the platform, because I'm telling you something, that is mainly what we do this for. We mainly go live, and we mainly, we meet up in the Discord every weekend to improve each other and to build with one another, right? To build with one another. And that's very important. So we're going to, listen, every Saturday, faithfully, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time is a No Cap Bible study. And every Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time is the No Cap Mental Health Workshop. The only difference is on Sunday, you have to have permission to join the No Cap Mental Health Workshop. So if you are a member of our Discord, please make sure you message me. I got to check some messages and add some more people, but make sure you message me right directly. Make sure you private message me so I can give you access to our No Cap Mental Health Workshop. You need permission to be in the No Cap Mental Health Workshop every Sunday, right? 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Also, all the time throughout the day, every day, the ladies, the No Cap ladies, they meet up in the ladies only voice chat, okay? And if you don't have permission to be in the ladies only voice chat, let me know and I will add you to the ladies only voice chat. You do need access to that too. Just private message me. Also, on Thursdays, whenever our sister is available, the lovely Luna Wolf is the host of No Cap Movie Night, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So you can join us every Thursday or whenever our sister, the lovely Luna Wolf, is available for our No Cap Movie Night, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Also, we do have Singles Ready to Mingle chat channel. We have our Singles Ready to Mingle chat channel. So shout out to everybody that's single and ready to mingle and ready to talk to somebody respectfully, right? And carry and start and ignite interesting conversation. All you got to do is type in the Singles Ready to Mingle chat channel and tell a little bit about yourself and your hobbies and everything, what your interests are, and pretty sure somebody will respond back to you. And guess what? Maybe you guys can start private messaging each other. I don't know, but just be bold enough to type and chat in the No Cap. In the Singles Ready to Mingle chat. All right, some of y'all be scary. So just type in the Singles Ready to Mingle chat. And for any information, if you guys have any information, put it in our Discord, in our Nolan Wells Info Discord, our Nolan Wells Info chat channel. And also we have a Carmelo Anthony chat where you can actually upload and attach information and files or whatever, or type in there and we'll read it. We're going to read it, okay? Listen, I appreciate y'all. We really do. We really appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody that reported from the chat via Super Cap, Cash Cap, or PayPal. We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. We're about to get up out of here, y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Okay? And we're going to continue to fight for our people no matter what. You know what I always say. Hold on. Here we go. You know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we are out of here. Love y'all. Thank you so much.
It's freezing. It's freezing. It's freezing. F-R-E-E-Z-Y. Hey! F-R-E-E-Z-Y. No captivity. No captivity. You know the name. Freezing. Let's go. I'm not a sycophant, I keep it true, I stand on it. I discuss the truth, I'm not yielding, I'm stamped on it. I make moves, steady building pressure, act tall. Check my channel, what I'm rapping, real life, wall. Don't care, a crew that's the been all stressing. No cap. All that hate, still I don't flavor my lessons. Run up the numbers, feast me a plate. Fed by purpose, not opinions I dictate. More compass running high, don't drift. I don't get stressed, I reach up, I lift. Lead on my chest, I'm on, no drama. Faith in my steps when I move through the calm. More this content like I'm moving keys. Standing on business, making notes for the YouTube streets. Keep a few real ones close to teens. No captivity, listen close when I speak. F-R-E-E-Z-Y. No captivity. No change. F-R-E-E-Z-Y. No captivity. Graduated from the streets, now we stream. Level up, clear my heavy brand, real team. No cap. F-R-E-E-Z-Z-Y. One time. No captivity. All the time. Yeah. Sun out, Shasta, wall light, still heavy. Yeah, no rush in my talk, but they feel me already. I don't force nothing, let the weight come in. No captivity, fear where I stand, where I've been. Palm trees in the mindset, calm in the storm. Pressure don't shake me, I've been built warm. Algorithm move when I speak, no chase. Every bar solid, I don't need a race. I don't chase clout, let it circle back. Real recognize, universal math. Channel stay growing, steady organic. No captivity if you feel panoramic. I play my positions to control the floor. Silent with the winds, let the numbers talk. From the pavement to the platform bridge. Florida cool, but I still bring heat. No captivity. No captivity. YouTube streets cold, still I stand tall. Say my name when the real ones call.
F-R-E-E-Z-Y.
No captivity.
Free mind, free grind, real identity. F-R-E-E-Z-Y.
They say my name,
I don't chase your fame.
I set the flame.
Free.
No captivity.
With freezy, you live freezy, you live free.
No captivity.
With freezy, you live freezy, you live freezy. It's freezy, it's freezy.
It's freeze, it's freeze, it's free.
It's freezy.
F-R-E-E-Z-Y. 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 No captivity, no change. You know the name, freeze it, free. Let's go. I'm not a sycophant, I keep it true, I stand on it. I discuss the truth, I'm not yielding, I'm stamped on it. I make moves, steady building, pressure pack talk. Check my channel, what on rap, real liar walk. No cap crew that the bill don't stress. Holla hate, still I don't fake, learn my lessons. One up the numbers, fix me a plate. Fed by purpose, not opinions, I dictate. Moral compass running high, I don't drift. I don't get stressed, I reach up, I lift. Hand in my chest, I want no drama. Made to my steps while I move through the comma. Move this content like I'm moving keys. Standing on business, making news for the YouTube streets. Keep a few real ones close to the 10. No captivity, listen close when I speak. Free. Say it. No captivity. F-R-E-E-Z-Y. No captivity. Free. Graduated from the streets, now we stream. Clean mind, hit the grind. Real T-Z-Y. No captivity all the time. 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 Sun out, chest up, walk like still heavy. No rush in my talk, but they feel me already. I don't force nothing, let the way come in. No captivity, free where I stand, where I been. Palm trees in the mindset, calm in the storm. Pressure don't shake, yeah, been built warm. Algorithm move when I speak, no chase. Everybody silent, I don't need to race. I don't chase cloud, let it circle back. Real recognize, universal match. Channel stay growing, steady organic. No captivity, view feel panoramic. I play my position, still control the flow. Silent with the winds, let the numbers talk. From the pavement, out the platform, green level. Go to cool, but I still breathe heat. No captivity, free. No captivity, free. YouTube speech coast, then I stand tall. Say my name when the real ones call. Captivity, free. Graduated from the streets, now we stream. Free mind, free grind, real identity. No captivity, F-R-E-E-Z-Y. They say my name, I don't chase the fame, I set the flame. Burn. No captivity, 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 no captivity. And freeze it, we'll freeze it, we'll freeze it, we'll freeze it, we'll freeze it. No captivity. We'll freeze it, we'll freeze it, we'll freeze it, we'll freeze it.
No captivity. Freezy.